Hello, 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 everyone. Be waiting here. Give time for people to find out that we're live now that the Red Pill and Tim are not. I'm glad that he got his interview in and his people showed up. I'm very happy for him. No, I haven't gotten my notification that I went live. So I'm hoping that it went out to everyone else and it didn't just slide in. Hello, 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 everyone. It is Sunday. Oh, there we go. There's the announcement that we're live. So we are live. Yay. And I would like to know how everyone's doing tonight. So let me know that first of all. Who's watching? Who's out there? And how are we doing? We are going to talk some more, obviously, about this secret universe of plants and these things that we don't know about them and continue on with that education. Hey, hey, Pam. How goes? How's everything going? Oh, here. I should have done this before I did this, but sometimes things don't always go like they're supposed to. There we go. Well, crap. Keeps doing that to me. I don't like it. Okay, hold on here. Pain in the butt, guys. Pain in the butt. So, obviously we have open lines. And you can join. I love when people join. Co-host Scarlett, I don't know what she's doing tonight. She said she was going to be here, and she was, but who knows what time. Okay, there we go. There we are. Right. Now I got that. Hello, 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 Total. And Bonnie. Oh, no, that's not good, Bonnie. Or Pam. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, well, thanks for finding the time to join us there, Total. I know she said she'd be here, Pam, but she says she's going to be here every time, and it just depends. No, she's at the farm, Bonnie. Always, always at the farm. So, homestead updates. There's nothing really that major on the homestead happening. The way that you can join is there at the bottom. right, so yeah, for real though. So yeah, she's probably doing who knows what. Oh man, I tell you what, it never fails. Betty Ross, Betty Ross, come on, get in here. Okay. It never fails. Every time I get on air, they want to be going crazy and trying to bark.
Betty. Shush.
It's Betty Ross. She's being a pain to the butt. Well, they were all barking, but Betty's bad because I made her come in because she is the instigator, okay? Betty instigates all things on the homestead. She instigates all the other dogs barking. She instigates all the other dogs' excitement. She's the stir of the shit pot always. So we pull her in to quiet down everybody else, and then she gets mad because she knows she's being segregated on purpose. So then she usually won't bark in the house, which is why we bring her in the house. And so now she's going back there to sneak onto the bed with Dad to see if she can sneak out of the house. Because she's sneaky, sneaky wolfa. And I am making cannabis butter right now as we speak. I've got about an hour and a half left of this to cook in here. And it says that I'm not supposed to let it, you know, come to a boil or whatever, and I try not to. So we're just letting it kind of simmer away over there. Yes, timeout with the peanut gallery. She gets timeout with the peanut gallery, and she is bummed, but she is the bad dog in the timeout corner. She's always this way. Like, you don't understand. Like, she's like the she's just such an instigator, guys. Like, you just don't even know. Like, it's all fun and games because you don't live with the wolf, but when you live with her, it's totally a different thing, and she's totally spoiled little freaking brat. And yeah, so anyway, Feather died, y'all. Mr. Feather died, and we don't know why. Like, nothing got him, nothing attacked him. He just, like, he was there, and then he was just dead. I mean, he was given to us, so I don't really know exactly how old he was or anything like that. I'm sad that he died because I really liked him, A. And B, I'm sad because we didn't catch it in time. So we didn't know how long he was dead, and that's a shame because he was a big boy and could have been a really good dinner. So we lost him, I guess, yesterday while I was out. But we've got like 2 more baby roos that are coming into the world, so it's not so bad. They're old enough to be doing their thing. They're just now learning how to crow. So maybe it was for the better. I mean, God always has a plan for everything that happens. You know, on the homestead. So me too, Bonnie. I really, really liked Mr. Feather. He was pretty cool. But these other 2 that are coming up, they could be Mr. Feathers. They're just not as pretty as him. They're just yellow instead of like all over colored like him. But they got the big old feathery feet and all that too. Um, You know, I don't know what Mr. Feather was, to be honest, because I took him from my farm, my weed farm. He was at the weed farm and he was tearing up the hens there because there were like 3 roosters there. And they said he was really super aggressive with the hens and wanted me to take them. So I did. And he wasn't aggressive with my female. Like he didn't rip her up or tear her up. He was super sweet with her. They did really great for a long time. So I don't know what he is now. These ones that I have now are Cochin. I do believe they're Cochins. But I just got kind of the last order I got was just a mixed variety of a bunch of them, and they don't mark them to tell me what I got and what I didn't get. They just put them all together. Yeah, you know what, Total? I've had stuff like that happen. I when I first started out, I bought I bought chickens. That was the first thing we bought, even before goats. And I've now gone through so many chickens. It's ridiculous between foxes, weasels, or ferrets, um, ground owls, hawks, my own dogs on occasion, because even the wolves think that, you know, they will usually leave them alone, but I don't know, every now and again the wolves just believe they're entitled to pick off a chicken. Coyotes, yeah, we have all that here. I haven't had so much of a problem with it since we got the livestock dog Cooper. It hasn't been so bad. All of our chickens stay alive now unless something takes them out that's like natural, like Feather. We don't know what took Feather down. He wasn't sick. He didn't. I just think he was old and died. Because like I said, we didn't know how old he was, and chickens don't really live that long. So, you know, I just think it was his time, and that was it for him. Um, but like we had coyotes and these burrowing owls, and they really did a number on my chickens. But between the llamas and the livestock dog, I kind of nipped that in the bud. We've done really good with that. So the cats, I would like to see something try to attack my cats. I actually think my cats are more dangerous than my freaking wolves. And that's like for real, because my cats go after things in like a pack. They're like a cat pack. They're like a cat gang. Like, and I didn't realize how many we had, man. But like, I was out there today, like poking around doing stuff. And like, there are cats just like everywhere. Like, the barn cats have been producing, and I haven't even noticed that they had babies. Like, they had them in the barn. We haven't seen them. They're like pretty, like, leave me alone doing their own thing. But at milking time, you realize how many cats you have on the property because they are all lined up around the milking table. Every cat on the entire property, and even some that don't belong to you from the neighbors' houses, are in line at the milking table. And I've seen my cats, man. My cats fight the wolves off. I mean, I would like to see the day a coyote thinks they're gonna take down one of the cats on my property will be the day that the coyote learns cats are bad ass. Yeah, like little clutches, Bonnie. And they do multiply like rabbits. And you know, I've got the one Tom Joker, and Joker, like he's got a very special spot in my heart. And Joker is one badass mofo. Like, Joker got caught one day off the property and literally got attacked by our own dogs because for some reason my wolves and the other dog that was here at the time, which was Nat Geo. I wish Scarlett was here because she always loves when we talk about Nat Geo, but Nat Geo, which is a blue-nosed healer and a blue-nosed pit bull mix. And she was living with us for a while. And but for some reason, when the cats are here in the fence, they're fine. But if they go outside of the fence and the dogs catch them on the outside of the fence, they will attack them like a strange cat, like a cat that they've never seen in their lives. And he got caught on the other side of the fence and they were after him, man. They had him, one had one side of him, the other had the other side of him. They were ripping him apart. He was fighting for his life. We ended up getting out there and able to get him off of him. And we did not think Joker was going to make it. I mean, we really did not think he was going to make it. And he bounced back so quick. So quick. And I mean, he was down for a minute. He was hurting pretty good. You know, it was a good touch and go for like 3 or 4 days. And I kept saying, man, if you make it, you're going to be the baddest mofo on this homestead because you lived through literally being mauled by a wolf and a pit bull at the same time. I won't be surprised if you make it. And not only did he make it, but he got bigger, he got stronger, and nothing on this farm even gives him a second look. Like, he rules the entire homestead. Like, there is no doubt he is the leader of everything from the goats to everything. Like, it all passes through Joker. Like, he's like the godfather of the barn. Like, if Barnyard was real. Oh, hey, Ram. TLO, so great of you to join. Pam, no, actually, he wasn't that young. He was 2 at the time. He's going for 4 now. So, no, he wasn't that young. He bounced back. And then his counterpart, Harley Quinn, is the only other one that truly has been attacked. And Harley Quinn got attacked by Bruce, and Bruce went after her kittens. He wasn't going after her. He was going after the kittens, but she took it, you know, personal, and she went after him, and she glued herself to his face. And I mean, she tore him up pretty good, but he tore her up pretty good too. And then Cooper jumped in to try to help uh Bruce, because you know that's how dogs are. They're in a pack. Cooper jumped in. We got them off of her pretty quick, but they messed her up pretty good too. And she too has survived. We have had other cats that have not been that lucky with dogs that aren't ours and dogs that even are ours. You know, they just get too close sometimes. He is, and Joker will take anybody out. Night total. Have a great evening. Sleep well. Um, you know, his name is Joker, but he's no joke. And the only reason that he got named Joker, I should be calling him the Joker, is because he's got Harley Quinn, but Harley Quinn was first. And she got named Harley Quinn because she's black and white spotted. And then he came along, and as a kitten, he was her exact match. I mean, exact. You could not tell those cats apart until he hit 2 years old, and you could tell he was a Tom now. And the only difference between them now is that he's bigger than her, but all their markings, their patterns, their color, everything is an exact match. So he got named Joker after her. And the funny thing is, Harley Quinn is the sister to my girl Mini Me, and they came from the same litter sister. Well, Mini Me gave birth to Joker. Harley Quinn's twin. And then Harley Quinn because they had kittens at the same time, Harley Quinn gave birth to Mini-Me's identical twin, who we named Dr. Gremlin Evil. Mini-Me's a girl, and Harley Quinn had a boy that is the exact match to her, and we named him Dr. Gremlin Evil. And then yeah, Mini-Me then gave birth to Harley Quinn's exact twin as a male, who we named Joker. So, guys, all right, I'm about to tell you guys some stuff here. This is still homesteading update and kind of like Colorado life with Red at the same time. So, I have not smoked a cigarette in over 24 hours. An actual cigarette. I have been vaping, which has cut the nicotine down by 50% from what I was smoking in my pack of cigarettes a day. I don't know how it's working. I have no expectations. I'm not making any claims, and I'm definitely not saying that I am quitting smoking. But what I am saying is that I've kind of been led in this direction. Toad at work, who took Rocky Mountain Goat to Missouri, she stopped smoking by vaping. And she's been talking me into it. And not even knowing she was talking me into it, though, to be true. You know what? Our cat tree is so crazy because we have no idea who Joker or Dr. Gremlin's Evil's dad is. We have no idea. We have no idea. Or dad's. We have no idea, because at the time that those two got knocked up, we didn't have any tomcats here. And what's even more messed up is then out of the same litter that Joker came out of, there was another boy that really took my heart. But he was somebody else's cat, and they took him, and then they named him, and then they left him and abandoned him, and he ended up back here, which not a problem. And I renamed him Romeo because he's super, super lovey, super, super, super friendly. And he came, he's a Joker brother, so he came from Mini-Me. Well, don't you know that the next litter that he's born, at the same time, his twin is born to Mini-Me's sister, Harley Quinn. And she is identical again to him, to Romeo in all ways. And of course, so she's named Juliet. But all the ones that have the matching names like that are literally each other's twin, just male and female. It's really weird how this has worked because, like I said, at the time that Mini-Me and Harley Quinn had their babies, there were no males on the property, no toms. We had no toms. We just had those two females. So we have no idea who their parents were. Now, since then, we have gotten Sandpaw, and Sandpaw came from the neighbors, and that's another little girl. And one of our boys went over there. And then we acquired Midnight, and she's spayed, so we don't have to worry about anything with her. She also stays inside Mike's place. Like, that's his little indoor snuggle buddy. TL, you are welcome anytime. You can even call in and join live if that's easier for you. So yeah, my cats are a little crazy the way that it happens, because then I thought for sure that Joker was the father of like the next litters that came up, but no, I don't think so. It's an orange cat somewhere, because I got a whole bunch of these orange cats now running around, and I don't even know where orange came from, because I don't even have orange. None of my cats have orange in it. None. I even have. Oh, we got an all solid black cat. He's a barn cat, or she, whichever. I don't know. Um, but she was born to just one of the cats out, Smokey, I think. The cats just kind of appear up here now, and um, they just take up like in the barn or wherever out there, and they just live there. They keep all when they're friendly enough that they let me pet them where I see them. But I got cats out there that I don't even know, because I don't even know where they came from. Oh, you don't have to be bashful, TLO. Get over it. Uh, um, so yeah, Pam, I know about the vaping product thing. Um, I get mine directly from a really good smoke shop and stuff. But I decided to try it out. I got a whole week, hopefully, supply of stuff. I'm even vaping um the Harrow. I'm not even doing flour this week. So this is kind of like the mix of the life with red, because I'm not even doing flour this week. I'm doing the Aries. I had one of these before. Scarlett and I both actually had one. We had matching ones, and they were not this cool, because we had no idea that we were so on the cutting edge when we got them. So this is super cool. Right now I'm using it as the nectar collector. So I just take this little top off here, and I put my dab in here, or a few of them really. And then, I put my wax, my shatter, whatever it is I'm gonna be smoking. I could vape flour in it, so they say. I have yet to really get that to work, but so then I just press the button. Bonnie, you probably never have even seen one of these, because the next super cool thing about this is the other attachment that goes with it, because right now I'm using it as the nectar collector, right? But check it. I can put this on here. You know what this is? This is a dip and dab. So, like, just like the tip of your dabber that you would put the torch on that touches your product, this now replaces that. So, what you do is you take the lid off, right? Like we did before. And except this time, now, because I don't have anything to hold my phone, so you're just going to bear with me here. So now we take the nectar collector off, right? Nectar collector off, right? Okay. And so it looks like this now. Nothing there. And then we put this tip on, and I'll show you the coolness of this. Okay. Sorry. I said, I don't have anything to hold my phone. Okay, now it looks like this. See? Right. Okay. Now you're still just going to push this button. And I'm going to do a little dabby dab. Okay, with this. And I'm going to try to show you how it's done. So you just go and you touch the tip like I just did, and you suck through this end now instead of the lid, and now you've got dip and dab. So it's the only product I've ever seen like this. And even the smoke shops that I was like actual smoke, like weed shops that I was inquiring about them at, I had never even heard of them. So these are kind of rare to find. If you do find one, I highly I highly suggest it. I love this thing. I'm so glad I found a new one. And it only ran me $20, guys. Like, so if you find them, you should be able to find them nicely. I have no idea, Bonnie. But you see, so it works from both ends, which is super cool. And I mean, I don't know. I just think it's awesome. I think it's the best tool out there. And, you know, it vapes it pretty much, dabs it, vapes it, you know, it's pretty freaking amazing. Yeah, it does smoke so much better. Because now you're doing it with coils, right? Like now it's coils, like heated coils, like in the vape pens. So it's awesome. Like, and somehow the bottom doesn't affect getting your hit from the nectar collector part when you're just putting your dabs in and smoking it like I am. I like to smoke it like this because this is easy for like on the go when you're doing something, or like when I'm on here, because like you can put like a bit in there and just be token on it here and there throughout the day or throughout, you know, your time or whatever you're doing. I like the Aries better. Yeah, I do. And then for cigarettes, I've been doing these right now. Vapor Lax. They're super good. Really good ingredients, and they're like $15, and they're like equivalent to like 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes, depending on how heavy you smoke. And before I committed to buying like a big old rig and spend a whole bunch of money, because those big rigs are freaking like $200 around here. So like before I like committed to all that and bought a bunch of stuff that I may not ever use again, because I don't know if this is gonna work for me. I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing it or whatever, but right now I like it. It's working for me. It's got my nicotine down. It's got my tar out. So, I mean, all in all, I can't necessarily complain, I suppose, really. And the guy was super great that sold it to me. And I've been like dealing with him for a while because he's like the local little smoke tobacco shop guy. And like he's been vaping and he uses this and he uses another little throwaway one. And he says he likes that better than carrying around the rig and stuff. And he's been vaping now for 10 years. And he was like able to show me pictures of his own personal lungs from when he smoked 3 packs a day and then started vaping. And I mean, there's a significant difference. Yeah, Bonnie. I mean, there's a really significant difference. Like, that's what really kind of like sold me on even really like 100% giving it a try, because I was kind of looking at the rigs. Oh, hark. The lost have come forth to try to get inside. Wonder who it is. I bet you it's my youngest child, because he was supposed to be in here and he was supposed to be in bed and he's not. Come on, kid. Come on. I know I'm squishing you at the door. Let's go. He was supposed to be in here in his bed and he's not. So he got locked the door so Big Mouth doesn't go outside. Betty, we also often call her Big Mouth. Yes, oh, David. Everybody's like, David, oh, David, oh, David. Do you want to say hi to your fans, David? Nothing to say?
Hello.
He says hi, everybody.
And I'm doing good.
Oh, and he's doing good. He wants everybody to know. Say hi.
Hello.
Aw. Bonnie says we love you, David.
I say thanks for all your help and support.
He says thanks for all your help and support, guys. And Bonnie says hi, sweet pea. She's glad you're doing well.
I am too.
He is too.
I'm being 100% honest with you. I am too.
TLO says hi, David, and he's glad you're well. He lives in Minnesota, not too far from Scarlett.
Is Scarlett on there with you?
No, she's not yet.
Where's Scarlett? She's supposed to be there.
I know she's supposed to be here.
It's not okay.
I know. And of course, teenagers, right? They come right into the house. They get right into everything. They start looking for snacks. Not yours. No, you're not making not yours.
That made no sense.
He says, what are these? I said, not yours. He said, can I make these? I said, no, you're not making, not yours.
The New York paint. No.
We have, what? What are you doing, child? Get off my stuff, man.
This isn't yours.
Hey, it's all mine.
No, it's not.
Till you pay for it, it's mine.
Yeah, bullcrap.
Yeah, no, it's not.
You're mine, so your stuff's mine.
Oh, I'm yours? I don't know how you think that works. I gave birth to you. This kid's got jokes. You hear this, guys? He's got real jokes. You better be praying to Jesus.
Talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking about you. Oh, you have no idea.
Can you hand me that charger,
No.
please?
Absolutely not. Oh, wait. Why is my phone not charging right now? Hey. Hey now. Oh, well, you know what? That's okay. It's cool. You don't want to know my next option. You're either going to give that to me or I'm going to tell Dad to turn your whole thing off. So, you know, I mean, goes back to it all being Mom's.
Yeah, I'll plug it back in.
Here, punk. This kid, I tell you. Jokes. He's got jokes. Pam says she'll scold Scarlett for you, David.
Tell her she doesn't need to. I'll do it myself.
Oh, he'll do it. He's gonna scold her himself.
But you're more
His
than
own
welcome
big
to,
boy
too.
self. But you could do it too.
She needs to hear it from more than one person.
Yeah, all powerful genie. Itty bitty living space. Story of my life. Phenomenal cosmic powers. Itty bitty
awesome
living
cord.
space.
Mom, have you seen my awesome cord?
I have seen your awesome cord. I have seen your awesome cord. He did get an awesome cord, guys. He got a new phone cord today, and it's like super awesome. See, it does glow in the dark, doesn't it? I
No,
knew.
it lights up all the way down in the
I told you. You didn't believe me. I told you.
That is so cool.
But moms don't know anything.
You said I don't think so, but it might.
Yeah, now he changes his story. Now, so, oh, he got this new cord at the dollar store, and it's okay. So I guess like when you plug it in to your phone, it will keep. Oh, you can't really see it, but this is a smiley face on this side, and on this side it's a heart, and it changes colors. So when it's like plugged into your phone, it will alternate, I guess. Oh, there's the smiley, now you can see it. It'll alternate between the colors, and then when it becomes solid blue, your phone should be fully charged. So like there's your like smiley, and then on the other side it's just a little heart. You can't see the heart as well as you could see the smiley, but it's just a little heart. And then the cord lights up too, and like little beads. Yeah. So it's cool. Super neat. I've never seen one like it. Yeah, well, okay, so he has the same charger as his brother, and so his brother's always stealing his charger. You know how that goes. Brothers are brothers, and they fight over stupid stuff. So he just bought his own special charging cord that, you know, if his brother takes off with it, well, you can't tell us that that's yours. Like, we all know it's David's cord. Like, you don't have one like that. Nobody has one like that. So, yeah, he can use it for like anything that takes that charge, you know, that end. I used it. Well, he uses it for his phone. I could use it to charge my this and my headphones and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, so it does work for all that. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Oh yeah, well he's done fighting with his brother. And now his brother can't take off with his stuff and be like, oh, it's my cord. Because, see, before they all looked alike, so you couldn't tell whose was what or what was whose. And so when one's like, it's mine, and the other one's like, it's mine, like, you don't know whose cord's what cord or any such nonsense. So what are you going to do? And thus we end up, whoa. Now the big kid's opening up windows randomly in the middle of my show and whispering louder than Gregory Hines tap dances for his brother. They don't want to be around each other all day long. They yell and scream at each other all day long. Let mom be in the middle of doing something, and suddenly these little men all of a sudden have 150 things to say to each other. 150. Like, seriously.
Not 150, just 26.
All day long. They will yell and scream. Get away from me. Give me my space. Leave me alone. Bedtime. The minute we're like, hey guys, it's like time to wind down. Like, you don't necessarily have to sleep, but you need to like wind it down. And they know like I'm doing my show and everything. And what happens? Yeah, now all of a sudden they want to be Tweedlebirds with each other and bestest buddies. Mostly because they're nosy. And then I wonder where my children come up with some of their ideas sometimes, and then I have to remind myself they listen to my radio show. Like, of course they're little conspiracy theorists, and everything in their life is a conspiracy theory. Even when you look at them, you're like, hey, go feed the animals. They're like, you're tricking me. Listen, if I actually sat here and talked about like full days that I have, you would be more than entertained. Like, usually when I start describing my days to like those that live around me that I like talk to on a regular basis, they just laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. They're always like, you should be a comedian because you're so funny. And I don't think I'm that funny, but everybody else thinks I'm freaking hilarious. Just when I'm talking about like my day, just shit that happens to me. The things that my kids do and say, I mean, they're amazing kids. I raised them that way. I also raised them to question everything. I forgot to mention, not me. Uh-oh, that's not good, Tiello. You all right over there? See, okay, prime example again. Teenager. 9:30. 9:30. 8:30. This child was supposed to be laying down in his little area of his little space. What is he doing right now? Standing in front of me with a plate of frickin' ravioli.
Well, you didn't let me finish either.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're okay, Taylor.
Okay, put the chocolate down.
No. Yeah, it crazy things happen to me. Just in everyday life. My children alone are a comedy skit. I don't lie. I love them with all of my heart. But they are enough to test a nun's patience. There are days. People are kind of losing their minds, Tilo. It's kind of like a real thing. Right? I mean, I'm just saying. So I'm going all vape. Everything is vape this week. And like I said, I haven't had a cigarette. I'm not craving one. Every now and again I do want something in my hand, but if I just hold these things, sometimes I just even kind of forget that I'm holding it, and it's really nice because I can just hold it and fiddle with it and do stuff with it. And so that's nice. New things that we're trying. Okay, so that every plate I decided to order from there. So the food is supposed to get here on Wednesday. I didn't know it was going to take that long, but okay. So it'll get here on Wednesday, I guess. And then what I can say so far, I got a good discount for the first 3 orders. Oh man, Bonnie, you better go chase that dog down. So I got a really good price, and then I got really decent meals, like some new really yummy sounding stuff. Let me see if I can look up my meals here. Uh-oh. What happened? It logged me out. Yeah. Well, again. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. Wrong thing. Crap.
Don't forget to lock that door.
Please. David.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to have... Oh, so I got 5 meals for 4 people. 4 of us, 5 meals. And I don't know if you guys know, like, the whole deal with these things, but it's supposed to be like, they send you everything that you need to make the meal and the directions on how to do it. So I've got Tuscan herb chicken linguine, Vietnamese steak bowls, herby lemon chicken, caram caramelized onion burgers, and shroom and pepper jack quesadillas. So, like, to give you an example, the shroom and pepper jack quesadillas with caramelized onion, spicy pico, and lime crema. And so it says that they're gonna send me flour tortillas, button mushrooms, shredded pepper jack, yellow onion, Roma tomato, jalapeno, lime, and sour cream. I need to have salt, pepper, sugar, and vegetable oil. And then it's 6 simple steps to cook the dish, and the directions will be in there, and then you cook them up and you serve. So, I mean, like, for what I got, I right now am paying with the discount, it was $68 including shipping. Um no, I didn't get the HelloFresh because they were hello expensive. And then Dinnerly, I think Dinnerly was the one that said that they don't deliver to my, like, um, area yet. Basically, I think they were just telling me that it's too rural of an area for them to mess with, like, I'm too hillbilly for them, I guess. And Home Chef, I didn't really look into because Home Chef, I heard, was, like, way expensive too. Um but it is actually called, um I wanna make sure I said yeah, Every Plate. That's the name of it, Every Plate. And they're, $2.99 a plate, so I don't think that that's bad, like, $2.99 per person. So I don't think that that's bad because even the regular price then is only gonna be, like, $100, and that's 5 dinners for us, and that's less than what I would spend, and I don't have to go to the store. I don't know either, Pam. I have no idea. But I think they were one of the ones that said that they didn't, like, deliver to my hillbilly ass out here. There were a couple of them that were like, "Whoa, you're too out there for us." So, but this Every Plate was like, "Hey, we got you, man. We'll send you shit." And I was like, "Hey, man, I'll pay you then. Let's try this out." And I feel like it's a way for us to try something new, some new dishes, and no matter what, we'll always have them recipes because it comes with. And then we can always duplicate them and see how much it is to duplicate them ourselves, and make sure that they're not overpricing us. But I really don't think that they are by the list of ingredients that I see that I'm getting with all of this stuff. I wouldn't be able to get all of those ingredients um, for that lower price. See, exactly, Bonnie. And I also feel like this is a way too that the kids, because it's got step-by-step instructions, they can make these cool new dishes. And harvest is getting ready to start at work again soon, and my hours are going to be crazy, and I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? And they get tired of, like, when they cook because all they really, I mean, they cook decently and they eat pretty good, but, like, they get tired of the same old stuff all the time. And I think if they have proportioned out stuff with, you know, mapped out directions on how to do it, I have full faith that they can, because they can follow like a normal recipe that's not like all planned out for them already. This is going to be cake for them, and then they get to enjoy some really new tasty stuff, and then I get to come home and they get to be all excited like, Mom, look, I made this new thing and dinner's ready. I mean, for me, this is a win-win-win. For me, it's worth paying big bucks if they'll just make dinner. And if it's done when I get home. And if I can cut out going to the store, let me tell you, I will cut out going to the store. I do not like going to the store. I went to Walmart yesterday, and listen, y'all, I don't think I'm going back. Like, I haven't said that. I'm really questioning, though, guys. Like, seriously questioning if I'm going to go back. Like, for real. I'm really thinking I'm just done with the big conglomerate places like Walmart. I was again like followed around and like attacked in Walmart, and my mask ties, and it's because I haven't like washed my other good ones. And so I have like a tie one right now, and it's making me mad because it falls down all the time, and I get lazy with it, I'm not gonna lie. And I don't believe that the mask does anything for us anyway. And I don't believe the 6-foot mumbo jumbo. I don't believe. I believe there's a virus. I don't really believe it's any more dangerous than the flu. I do believe science and other things, and whatever. We're just the mask thing. I don't care what anybody says. It's a form of control, and anybody who needs a reminder of what control, because like I know that there's plenty out there that are like, how is a mask controlling? Well, why don't we ask the millions of people who have come to our country to escape wearing one? Yes, smelling good food when you're tired is great, and being able to just come in and it's done. Um, I have not been able to grow a garden yet. I haven't gotten there. The animals take up so much, and this year was supposed to be a garden that was supposed to happen. We were doing that. Instead, we got horses. Somehow we got horses, even though we said we weren't going to get horses. We got horses. So yeah, that's where I'm at. But I'm hoping that soon I too will be able to say like I'm eating my own squash and salad lettuce and butter lettuce and asparagus and all the things. Yes, I do believe this, because listen, my mask fell off and I was there with my buddy, um my work girl that we pal around with, that went whitewater rafting and everything with me, Vic. And Vicky like wasn't wearing her mask really either, because I mean, we're over it. And so this guy like walked by and he reported us to Walmart workers. And he not very far from us, and he did it very loudly so that we could hear. And he's like, you have people walking around without the masks on. Somebody needs to tell them about the law. And I answered from 2 aisles away, loud enough for him to hear me. And I was like, somebody needs to get educated and learn the difference between laws and mandates and laws and requests. A mandate is not a law. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, Bonnie, like, for those that don't know what the oppression of masks is, you could start by asking the millions of people that come here to flee that exact thing. Um, yeah, well, it's not just that we got horses, we had David's accident, then COVID, then the horses. I mean, just all of it, all of it. I have a lot of problems with them, Bonnie, a lot. And I did answer that man, and I did tell him, people need to get educated and know the difference. And he, her and I went our way, and he like literally like kind of followed me around and tried to berate me and was like, are you one of these anti-maskers? And I was like, listen, man, I'm like, I'm to a point where, first of all, he said 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks is over. He hasn't prolonged it that I've heard of yet. So leave me alone. And not just that, but at this moment, with you berating me, I don't feel like giving up my rights. And I have rights, not privileges. Okay? Privileges can be taken away from me. Rights, nobody has the ability to take away. And I don't have a constitution of privileges. I have a constitution of rights, which I also highly support the Second Amendment somewhere on my body, if you understand what I mean. And good day, sir. Every day is a challenge, but challenge on, because you know what? Yesterday, maybe the day before, I was having kind of one of them days, and every now and again you have them down on my knees, crying, sobbing, and I heard them creaky little footprints, and he thought he had me. He thought he won. The devil definitely thought that was his day. He had finally broke me. And then I said amen, and I stood up, and he ran, because he hadn't broke me. He had just brought me to a real deep conversation. You know, it's funny. It's funny, Bonnie, because 6 years ago, before I moved here, I had very, very little faith. I mean, minimal. It wasn't even anything that I thought about having. I never really gave faith any thought. I wasn't religious. I was just coming into spirituality. I knew what I knew, but I really didn't know anything. And I said when I moved here that this was a spiritual journey for me. And that's exactly what it's been. And my faith has become unyielding. Because I don't know if it's because I'm so high up in elevation and I'm closer. I don't know, but I get better energy here. There's better flow here. There's better everything around here, really, for the most part. And the one thing that I've learned living in this
I
high
might have to go
elevation
on
here.
camera. There we go.
No, you're
Couldn't
here.
hear you. No, I just couldn't hear
Oh.
you, so I had to I was gonna have to go off camera because I don't want to be like
right.
the whole time looking at my ear, you know.
Has Alicia met my new court?
So, I've learned karma is very quick here. You can ask Scarlett, like it's super fast. Karma like bites you immediately up here. And faith is one of those things here that without it, you don't make it.
He's not good. He's cut you out.
You know, without faith here, you don't make it.
That's real.
And faith is something that you just have to have belief in. Like, there's no way to plan faith. You know, everybody wants everything to fit in some perfect little box. Faith doesn't fit in a box, guys. It doesn't. So stop trying to make it. The biggest part of faith is you don't know how it's going to turn out. That's faith.
You gotta trust the process. You know what I mean? That's the whole
right
thing. You gotta trust the process. No matter where that's taking you, you know, no matter what road it's leading you down, you gotta trust the process.
Exactly. And yeah, Bonnie, like the world more and more lately is overwhelming. That's part of faith. You know, I hate to say that, but at the same time,
like how they always say, like, give go or let go and let God. You know what I mean? Type of deal. You know what I mean?
Or you know, let Jesus take the wheel.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Like it is just kind of like letting him guide you. And being okay with where he's going to take you.
Right. The mystery of where do I end up?
And, you know, I think that's part of the faith, though. Because he's never going to put you anywhere you're not supposed to be.
Right.
You know, you often hear people say, why did God do this to me? When something bad especially happens, you know, why did God do this? And I often get people that say, you know, how long did it take you to not be mad at God anymore when David had his accident? And it's like, I was never mad at God. It was never God's fault. God didn't do that to David. God doesn't do bad things. But here's a twist. Here's a secret. He also doesn't do good things. He just allows things to happen. He's neutral.
Right.
Okay. God didn't do that to David. He allowed it to happen to teach lessons.
Right.
Whatever those lessons are, some we know, some we may not know. But there was a reason that he allowed it to happen.
Right.
Maybe it was because we were lacking a little bit in our faith. Maybe it was because we needed to be reminded that he was with us. Because unless somebody else has a better explanation for David's miraculous recovery, other than the Lord Almighty and what the Lord Almighty provided here on this earth, I'm open to hear your suggestions.
Right.
But I'm telling you, I was there, I lived it. God ain't dead, y'all.
Real eyeballs. It's real.
I vote in agreement.
Okay, if any of y'all want to know how I know that, because I can honestly say, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that I do believe that he was in a room with us for almost 3 days.
And that was just
Bringing David.
You know what I mean? That was just for
Right.
comfort. But the people got to remember too that it may not have been your time for comfort. You know, if you feel like God wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like that's just the way it kind of works. Unfortunately. And I know that's a shit answer, but there really is no good answer for who he chooses to comfort at certain times. You know?
Right.
You know,
Right.
you know, your soul knows though. You know, deep down, your soul knows when you really need it or when you might have just wanted it. You know what I mean? I think there's a difference from when your soul wants to be comforted or needs to be.
And you know what? My faith is strong, and if it was ever in question after David's accident, it won't ever be in question again. So I find it kind of odd now when people are like, Red, your faith is so strong, and it's like, well, have you seen what I've gone through? Like, without the strength of God.
Did it ever waver, though? It's a fair question to ask, too. Did it ever waver?
Honestly, thus far, no.
See? So, you know what I mean? So it's like, no, I've had this strong, solid faith throughout everything. You see what I mean? So I think that
I mean, it's definitely,
I mean,
it's
I'm sure
definitely
it would
gotten stronger.
Right.
But it hasn't lessened or wavered. I mean, from the moment that David's accident happened, the very first thing I did was put hands on that child and ask Michael to come immediately and take us to the hospital.
Right.
And unless somebody else can have the explanation of how we got to that Salida hospital in the time that we got, other than the wings of Michael, again, I'm open to suggestion, but you're going to have a hard time convincing me.
Right.
So no, I can't say, from the very beginning, that was the first thing I did.
Right.
Was pray that we made it to the hospital. I didn't think to pray that it wasn't that serious, because I was really just hoping that it was all just kind of superficial stuff.
Right.
And then it turned out it wasn't superficial.
Right.
And stuff got serious real quick, but there was never any point with any of us except maybe Belle.
Right.
That even ever was angry with God. We may have been angry with the situation, but never with God.
Right.
We definitely had faith. Faith that David was going to be okay. Faith that David was going to wake up. Faith that he was going to come off the ventilator. Never dreamed it was going to be less than 5 days.
Right.
And he was coming home. That was never a thought. The doctors were telling us we were there for the long haul.
Right.
The same day that they gave us our room and gave us the Ronald McDonald bag that I still carry as a purse, was the day that they were like, he's going to be on here for at least another 5 days. And ventilator-wise. And then I go back to the hospital and they're taking the ventilator out. So, I'm just saying. There was a lot of shit during that time that really reinforced faith.
Right.
People that I have never met, never had contact with, didn't know us for anything, were showing up out of nowhere just to give us gift cards to go eat.
Right.
Like, showing up and dropping clothes off for us.
Right.
Showing up and dropping off a gift card to Target so that we could go buy David clothes to take him home because they cut his clothes off of him.
Right.
Which is a hard reality for a mom. For any mother out there, the best advice I can give you, if you are ever in the position that you have to watch them cut the clothes off of your child, it's going to be the scariest moment of your life, because that shit's really serious. But just be cool and pray, because he does listen. And he hears you, mamas. He hears you.
Yeah, buddy, you're right.
And he's there for you.
What we want, but we get what we need.
That's right. And he is there for you. All you got to do is ask for him, and he's there. You know, just try to be cool, pray, and he'll be there. He always gives us what we need. Always.
Yeah, and I think that that's hard for some people not to blame someone, you know, for issues. But you've got to be, when someone's neutral, you can't blame a neutral party. They're not one sided.
Right, right. You know,
They're rooting for you, they're rooting for them. So, you know, I mean,
at the end of the day, I still have to accept the fact that Peanut Gallery ran over my son.
peanut gallery.
And it wasn't on purpose. He didn't know. It wasn't planned. He would have never in a million years
Never, ever.
have done anything to hurt that child. But somehow, some way, the Lord thought this is how this needed to happen.
You know, and it goes back to, I think it goes back to that moon news, especially that happened right before, where, you know, it was the right time in the universe. Like it said, I'll never forget this because there'll be somebody that will rock your universe.
Yeah.
That's what it said. I don't remember all what it said besides that, but I just remember that being said, and then that happened, and I was like, wow, like that was, you know what I mean? That's what it was.
Right, right.
You know, the stars were aligned. So you couldn't understand this to be upset because that's kind of in the
Are you listening to us like on your radio or something?
No, I have nothing.
Weird.
I know. Where did that come? Yeah, where was that extra sound coming from? Because now it's stopped all of a sudden.
It's so funky.
Well, yeah, we're in the car. You know the car's loud.
Right.
If I was in the truck, it would not be loud. We're in the car. And our muffler fell off the car, so it's extra loud.
Oh no.
Yes, girl. This happened maybe 4
That's
months
not
ago or
good.
something. We were pulling around the corner. We had stopped to look at this free thing that was sitting on the side of the road by my mom's house. And we got out, and I was like, "Is that our little muffler pipe?" And it was.
Right.
So,
Right.
what can you do? Just keep it moving.
Did that help at all?
That's all I can
No,
do.
it's still echoing.
It did.
That-
I might have drove by a radio tower. Now, to be fair, there was a lot of towers back that way that are cell phone towers and other type of towers. To be fair, I did go by an area that I could consider.
I don't know. It's only echoing me tonight.
It is. You can try to go into the settings, go to audio,
I'm in there.
and then disable.
Yeah, I just did that. Oh no, it took her away. Oh, and she's back.
Yeah, I'm back. And then audio processing, disable audio processing is what I did last time.
Maybe. It says she's back.
Yeah, it could have been a cell tower because honestly, that's probably what I went by. And there's a bunch of them.
What?
So
There's a
I could
bunch of
see
what?
that. But Bonnie said it could have been a cell tower, and I said, yeah, it probably was a cell tower because I just went by like
It
a
could have
patch
been
that had a
something.
whole bunch of them
Right.
in it. So
Well,
that's the thing.
it
Oh,
doesn't.
so the one thing I want to say though is, okay, check this out. So, hurricane, well, now it's a tropical storm. Where are you going? Tropical storm Isaias. They're telling the people to shelter in place and not go to a shelter. And I find that highly concerning. And that's the only thing I would like to say. In all the years I've done hurricane coverage, this is a big deal because they never tell people not to basically shelter in place unless bad it's bad. Okay, so this is a big deal because a lot of people probably during, if this hurricane actually gets pretty nasty and has long-term rain, people are going to get hurt because they're going to be sheltering in place and not realizing when it's time to actually go to recover.
Right.
And that's a huge issue. So I want everybody in Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, all the way up the coast, because this storm is going to churn its way all up the coast, even to Maine and New Brunswick. I've already looked at the spaghetti models; they've
Right.
stayed real consistent, but they're telling people not to leave their homes, and there aren't going to be shelters. They're not announcing even where ones could be. So I just want people to be very concerned. Yeah, and it's going to be a full moon. It's going to be a full moon, and that makes tide goes bigger, Bonnie. So it's going to be a stronger tide, so that you're going to have more storm surge, so that you're going to
Yep.
have more potential for flooding, especially on coastal areas. So I'm very
Right.
concerned. Yeah, so that's a real big deal. Yeah, you
Right.
got to watch there too, Pam, because it's going to churn over the top of you, and then you guys are going to have a bunch of rain and flooding. So yes, you do have to be aware of that. I don't know if the moon's a blue moon or not. The moon's pretty big tonight, even actually. I could say that. Can you see the moon? G?
No.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can show you guys the moon. Okay, hold on. See the moon? Okay, that's a light, but the other one that's up there is the moon in the middle, you see. Right? So I'm gonna cover it up. That's the moon. And then see moon. So the moon's pretty big tonight, but the light looks like a moon. But there's the moon. So moon's pretty big. But yeah, I gotta go and go get my ketos. And so I will be back.
Okay.
I'm trying, y'all.
So let's start talking about some plants. We left off talking about Goth and the Padway garden. So a gardener at the Padua garden cut from a fan palm an entire sequence of modifications. Goth carried away in several pasteboard containers, and they lasted several years. The palm tree still stands in the Padua Botanical Garden, despite numerous intervening wars and revolutions. Yes, love it, Pam. Now, Goethe had a new way of looking at plants. This conclusion that nature brings forth one part through another achieved the most diversified forms through modification of single organs. The variation of plant forms, whose unique course Goethe had long been following, awakened in him more and more the idea that the plant forms around him are not predetermined, but are happily mobile and flexible, enabling them to adapt to many conditions throughout the world, which influence them and be formed and reformed with them. He also recognizes that processes of development and refinement in the form and plants worked through a threefold cycle of expansion and contraction. Expansion of foliage, followed by contraction into calyx and bracteus, followed a splendid expansion into petals of the corolla, and a contraction to the meeting point of the stamina and stigma, and then a swelling into fruit, followed by a contraction into seed. 6-step cycle complete in every essential plant and ready to start all over. Enter Ernst Lears and his thoughtful evaluation of Goethe in Man or Matters. He said, natural principle is implicit in a cycle for which Goethe did not coin a specific term, although he shows through other utterness that he was well aware of it and its universal significance for all life. Lears calls the principle that of a renunciation. And we quote, "In the life of the plant, this principle shows itself most conspicuously where the green leaf is heightened into the flower. While progressing from leaf to flower, the plant undergoes a decisive ebb in its vitality. Compared with the leaf, the flower is a dying organ. This dying, however, is of a kind we may aptly call a dying into being. Life, in its mere vegetative form, is here seen withdrawing in order that a higher manifestation of the spirit may take place. The same principle can be seen at work in the insect kingdom when the caterpillar's tremendous vitality passes over into the short-lived beauty of the butterfly. In the human being, it is responsible for the metamorphosis or organic process which occurs on the path from the metabolic to the nervous system, and which we came to recognize as the precondition for the appearance of consciousness within the organism." Yes, I have not done full moon news, Bonnie, because I've been lazy. I'm sorry. Now, Lears is very marveling of powerful forces, and he has to work with plant organisms. He does so at the point of transition from green to colored. Parts. Lears has a complete halt upon juices that rise up into the calyx, so that these bring nothing of their life-bearing activity into formation of the flower, to undergo this complete transformation, not gradually, but a sudden leap. And we quote, "After achieving its masterpiece in the flower, the plant once more goes through a process of withdrawal, this time into the tiny organs of fertilization. After fertilization, the fruit begins to swell. Once more, the plant produces an organ with more or less conspicuous spatial extensions. This is followed by a final and extreme contraction in the forming of the seed inside the fruit. In the seed, the plant gives up all outer appearance to such a degree that nothing seems to remain but a small, insignificant speck of organized matter. Yet, this tiny, inconspicuous thing bears in it the power of bringing forth a whole new plant." Now just think about that and what they're actually saying it's capable of doing. And that's pretty magnificent stuff when we really stop and start thinking about it. But this whole thing is pretty like knock your socks off most of the time. So when he can point out three successive rhythms of expansion and contraction that plants reveal, a basic rule of existence now comes to being. And we quote, during each expansion, the active principle of the plant presses forth into visible appearance. During each contraction, it withdraws from outer embodiment into what we may describe as a more formless, pure state of being. We thus find the spiritual principle of the plant engaged in a kind of breathing rhythm, now appearing, now disappearing, now assuming power over matter, now withdrawing from it again. Now, Goethe sees changeableness of all external characteristics of plants, nothing but an appearance. He draws the conclusion that nature of plants is not to be found in those characteristics, and he sought a deeper level. The thought becomes more and more alive within Goethe that it's actually possible that all plants could combine, or I'm sorry, that all plants come from a single one. Now, this is kind of like avatarish, right? I mean, I'm just saying, and this is not fiction. This is not like, no, this is an actual scientist that was already believing this. So I would just like to point that out, like, chicken feed, fodder, whatever other names that they're giving it now, training, mind control, all of those things. Anyways, now the small conceit was destined to transform the science of botany and the whole concept of the world. Because with this idea comes the idea of evolution. Metamorphosis was to become the key to the entire alphabet of nature. Darwin was to assume external influences like mechanical causes that work upon nature of an organism, modifying it accordingly. Goethe has the single alterations where various expressions of the archetypal organism or Yorganism, Yorganismus, which processes itself the capacity to take on manifold forms, and at particular times can take on that form which is best suited to the conditions in the external environment world that it's in. So Goethe's archetypal organism is sort of a Platonic idea in the eye of the created mind. Now, Aristotle's philosophy teached us or I'm sorry, teached. Aristotle's philosophy taught us that original matter with other principles necessary to complete the triune nature of every particle in this form, and invisible, but still in an ontological sense of a word, substantial being distinct from matter proper. Thus, the theosophist Helena Blavatsky interprets Aristotle, animal or plant, besides the bones, the flesh, the nerves, the brains, and the blood, in the former, and besides pulpy matter, tissue, fiber, and juice in the latter, there is substantial form that Aristotle named in the horse and the horse's soul, which Prolus identified as the demon in every mineral plant or animal, and which was later categorized by medieval philosophers as the elementary spirits of the four kingdoms. Trevelyan explains the kernel of Goethe's philosophy in a metaphysical concept of nature. And we quote, "The Godhead is at work in the living, not in the dead. It is present in everything in the process of development and transformation, not in what has already taken shape and rigdified. Thus, reason, in its striving towards the divine, is concerned with putting to use what is already developed and grown torpid." So, acknowledging that every part of a plant is a metamorphosis of the archetypal leaf or organ, Goethe is then going to come to the conception of an archetypal plant, or a Urflanzi, a supersensible force capable of developing into a myriad of different forms. Trevelyan is against this and says that it's not a single plant. It's a force that holds potentially every plant form within it. And we quote, "All plants are thus seen as specific manifestations of the archetypal plant, which controls the entire plant kingdom and gives the value to nature's artistry in creating forms. It is in ceaseless play within the world of plant form, capable of moving backwards and forwards, up and down, in and out through the scale of forms." So, we're going to sum it up. Goethe basically said, if all plants were not molded on one pattern, how could he recognize that they are plants? He declared that he could invent plant forms even if they had never been realized on Earth before. From Naples, he wrote a friend who was also a poet, John Gottfried von Herder. And we quote, "I must tell you confidently that I am very close to the secret of the creation of plants, and that it is the simplest thing one could imagine. The archetypal plant will be the strangest creature in the world, which nature herself ought to envy me. With this model and the key to it, one can invent plants endlessly, which must be consistent. That is, if they did not exist, yet they could exist, and not some artistic or poetic shadow or appearance, but possessing actual intertruth and inevitability. This same law can be applied to everything living." Goethe pursued the idea, joy and ecstasy, loving immersion of himself, and he did this in Naples and Sicily. Now apply the idea to every plant that he saw. He wrote reports to Herder, and I quote, with as much enthusiasm as was manifested over the finding of the lost silver pieces in the gospel parable. 2 years, Goethe observed, collected, studied phenomena in great detail, made sketches, accurate drawings. He pursued botanical study. He was guided, driven, and forced, and then held captive by interest. Back in Germany, after 2 years in Italy, he found that the new vision of his life that he had acquired was incomprehensible to his fellow countrymen. And we quote, from Italy, rich in forms, I was plunged back into formless Germany, exchanging a sunny sky for a gloomy one. My friends, instead of comforting me and drawing me back to them, drove me to despair. My delight in things remote and almost unknown to them, my sorrow and grief over what I had lost, seemed to offend them. I received no sympathy. No one understood my language. I could not adjust myself to this distressing situation. So great was the loss to which my exterior senses must become reconciled. But gradually my spirit returned and sought to preserve itself intact. Simply moving and then suddenly being made to feel like his discoveries were inapt or didn't matter or were untrue in any manner really drove him to a very dark place. And it seems like he really had to kind of claw out of it, and the absence of his plants probably gave a lot into that. So he started putting his thoughts on paper on the metamorphoses that he saw in plants. He would trace them, and in that, the manifold specific phenomena in the magnification garden of the universe back to one simple general principle. He would stress nature's method of producing in accord with definite laws, living structures that model everything artistic. There was an essay that was going to generate the science of morphology in plants, written in an unusual style, different from contemporary scientific writings. And it didn't pursue each idea to its full conclusion, but a cryptic manner left for interpretation. Goethe said it well satisfied with his brochure, and he was flattered to believe himself auspiciously launched a career in science. But the same thing happened to him that he had experienced in purely literary work. Once more, at the very outset, he was repulsed. He had a regular publisher who refused his manuscript and told him he was a literary man, not a scientist. He found it hard to understand why publishers would not print his brochure when, merely by risking 6 sheets of paper at the very most, he might have retained for himself a prolific, reliable, easily satisfied author who was just getting a fresh start. Goethe got it printed elsewhere, and he was further surprised to find that it was completely ignored by botanists and the public. We're going to quote this. The public said Goethe demand that every man remain in his own field. Nowhere would anyone grant that science and poetry can be united. People forgot that science had developed from poetry, and they failed to take into consideration that a swing of the pendulum might beneficently reunite the two at a higher level and to mutual advantage. Goethe made a mistake and gave away copies of his brochure to his friends that were outside of his immediate circle, and they were no means tactful. And we quote, "No one dared to accommodate himself to my method of expressing myself. It is most tormenting not to be understood when one feels sure himself, after great stress and strain, that one understands both oneself and one's subject. It drove one to insanity to hear repeated again and again a mistake from which one has himself just escaped by a hair's breadth, and nothing is more painful than to have the things that should unite us with informed and intelligent men give rise instead to unbridgeable separation."
You know, this is boiling.
Turn it off.
Turn it off.
Yes. To his newly acquired friends and his fellow poet, John Christopher Friedrich von Schiller, Goethe gives very spirited explanations of his theories of the metamorphosis of plants. He does this with graphs and pen sketches, symbolic plants. He listened and he looked with great interest, his poet friend, with unerring comprehension. But when Goethe finished, he just shook his head and he said, "That is not an experience, that is an idea." This took Goethe back and irritated him. He was able to control himself and he answered, "How splendid that I have ideas without knowing it and can see them before my own eyes." From an argument, he was left with a philosophic concept that ideas must be clearly independent of space and time, whereas experience is restricted to space and time. So the simultaneous and successive are therefore intimately bound together in an idea, whereas they are always separated in an experience. So that puts us at a very interesting thought. So think about that. Simultaneously and successive are therefore intimately bound together in an idea, where they are always separated in an experience. So, 18 years later, the Congress of Vienna is going to reference to the metamorphosis of plants, and it's going to begin to appear in botanical texts and other writings. 13 years prior, it was actually fully accepted by botanists. So when the essay actually becomes known in Switzerland and France, these people are astonished to find that a poet, normally occupied with moral phenomena associated with feeling and power and imagination, could have actually achieved such an important discovery. So, Goethe, very late in life, adds another basic idea to the science of botany. His perception, carefully attuned to nature, he realized a generation before Darwin was to approach the same subject, that vegetation had a tendency to grow in two distinct ways, vertically and spirally. With poet intuition, He labeled the vertical tendency with its sustaining principle, male, and the spiral tendency, which conceals itself during the development of the plant, but predominates during blossoming and fruiting, female. And we quote, that the vertical system is definitely male and the spiral definitely female. We will be able to conceive of all vegetation as androgynous from the root up. In the course of the transformation of growth, the two systems are separated and take opposite courses to be reunited on a higher level. So he's going to loftily and comprehensively have a view of the significance of male and female principles in spiritual opposites in the cosmos. Then Lears is going to elaborate on that. And he's going to say, and we quote, in order that spiritual continuity may be maintained within a coming and going multitude of nature's creations, the physical stream must suffer discontinuity at certain intervals. In the case of the plant, this discontinuity is achieved by the breaking asunder of the male and female growth principles. When they have reunited, the type begins to abandon either the entire old plant or at least part of it, according to whether the species is an annual or pre-annual one, in order to concentrate on the tiny seed setting, as it were, its living seal on it. Goethe takes the fact that the action of the root of a plant is directed earthward toward moisture and darkness, whereas the stem or trunks drive skyward in the opposite direction toward the light and the air, a truly magical phenomenon. So, to postulate and explain the force opposite or polar to Newton's gravity, he gave the name levity. Newton, according to Lears, explained to you, or at least was once supposed to explain, why an apple fell. He never thought of explaining the exact correlative, but infinitely more difficult question, how the apple got up there. Goethe takes a picture of the Earth as being surrounded and penetrated by a field of forces, in every respect the opposite of the Earth's gravitational field. And we quote, as the gravity field decreases in strength, Lears, with increasing distance from the center of the field, that is, in the outward direction, so does the levity field decrease in strength with increasing distance from its periphery or in the inward direction. This is why things fall under the influence of gravity and rise under the influence of levity. Lears will also add that if there is no field working outward toward the cosmic periphery, the entire material content of the earthly realm would actually be reduced by gravitation to a spaceless point under the sole influence of the peripheral field of levity and would dissipate into the universe. And we quote, just as in volcanic activity, heavy matter is suddenly and swiftly driven heavenwards under the influence of levity, so in a storm does light matter stream earthwards under the influence of gravity. Goethe takes his inspiration from the Rosicrucian area Catania of 1781 and presumes to be authored by Herwig von Forchtenbrunnen, and sees that the whole universe being moved by opposite polar forces, which manifest as light and dark, or pulse and minus in electricity, or oxidation and reduction in chemistry. Let that sink in. Don't you think, Bonnie? Like, it is kind of a bit interesting of an idea or concept, right? And in his older age, he's going to conceive the earth to be an organism animated by the same rhythm of inspiration and evaporation as a plant or an animal. He's actually even going to compare it, not just her, but her hydrosphere, in which he includes the human atmosphere and its clouds, to great living being perpetually inhaling and exhaling. They are coming around to the idea more. Bonnie. Yes, Pam. With the earth, you mean? Now we're going to quote him so that you understand exactly what we're saying. If she inhales, she draws the hydrosphere to her, so that coming near her surface, it is condensed to clouds and rain. This state Goethe calls water affirmative. Should it continue for an indefinite period, the earth would be drowned. This the earth does not allow, but exhales again, and sends the water vapors upwards, where they are dissipated through the whole space of the higher atmosphere. These become so rarefied that not only does the sun penetrate them with its brilliance, but the eternal darkness of infinite space is seen through them as a fresh blue. This state of the atmosphere he calls water negative. For just as under the contrary influence, not only does water come profusely from above, but also the moisture of the earth cannot be dried and dissipated. So, on the contrary, in this state, not only does no moisture come from above, but the damp of the earth itself flies upward, so that if this should continue for an indefinite period, the earth, even if the sun did not shine, would be in danger of drying up. So, an actual phenomenon of light that Goethe considers instructable, however, disagreeing with Newton's concept that light waves were light itself and that light was composed of various colors. Goethe actually considers light waves to be physical manifestations of eternal light. He sees light and dark to be polar opposites, with a series of colors that forms by their interaction. So darkness is not completely a passive absence of light. It's something active that opposes itself to light and interplays with it. He imagines light and dark as being related, like north and south poles of a magnet. If dark were completely void, then there would be absolutely no perception looking into dark. So, the most important thing to attach to his theory of color is clear from the statement in Life, and we quote, "I do not attach importance to my work as a poet, but I do claim to be alone in my time in apprehending the true nature of color." Do you think, Bonnie? Goethe died March 22nd, 1832, 27 years before Darwin proclaimed his principles of organic evolution, and was considered Germany's greatest poet, with universal mind capable of encompassing every domain of human activity and knowledge. But as a scientist, he was always considered a layman. There was a genus of plants that Goethe had named for him. He had a mineral name for him, Goethite. It was as a courtesy to a great man more than to a scientist. Due course, he was credited with having coined the word morphology and of having formulated the concept of botanical morphology, which persists to this very day. He was also credited with the discovery of volcanic organs of mountains, establishing the first system of weather stations, and being interested in connecting the Gulf of Mexico with the Pacific Ocean, and wanting to build steamships and flying machines. Goethe's formulas of metamorphosis of plants awaited the advent of Darwin before fully appreciated, and even then they were largely misunderstood. And to quote Rudolf Steiner, almost 100 years later, it was from observations similar to those of Goethe that Darwin proceeded when he asserted his doubt as to the consistency of the external forms of genera and species. But the conclusions which the two thinkers reached were entirely unlike. Whereas Darwin considered that the whole nature of the organism was in fact compromised in these characteristics, and came to the conclusion, therefore, that there is nothing constant in the life of the plant, Goethe went deeper and drew the inference that the life of the plant. Well, I'm sorry. Goethe went deeper and drew the inference that since those characteristics are not constant, what is constant must be sought in something else which lies beneath changeable externalities. Yes, so now we know where that term came from, morphology. The poet Goethe, or scientist Goethe. Now, due to poetic notion that there was a spiritual essence that lied behind the material form of plants, this helped put a firmer basis by medical doctors and also by a specific professor of physics at the University of Leipzig, and credited with over 40 papers on such subjects as the measurement of electrical currents and the perceptions of colors. Gustav Theodor Fechner will come to light, profounding understanding of plants in a totally unexpected way. 1839, he's going to stare at the sun in the hope of discovering the nature of after images. Those strange pictures, which seem to persist on the retina of the eye even after the cessation of normal visual stimulus. Fechner was horrified to realize a few days later he was now going blind. Exhausted, overworked, unable to deal with the new affliction to face his friends or his colleagues, he went to a dark room with a mask over his face, and he lived in solitude, praying for recovery. On a spring morning, about 3 years after this, he thought his sight was restored, and he emerged into the light of day. Joyously walked along the Mulde River and recognized flowers and trees on the bank. What he called "be sold." And we quote, "As I stood by the water and watched a flower, it was as though I saw its soul lift itself from the bloom and drifting through the mist become clearer until the spiritual form hung clearly above it. Perhaps it wanted to stand on the roof of its budding house in order to better to enjoy the sun, believing itself invisible. It was quite surprised when a little child appeared. Still semi-secluded, Fechner begins setting down a series of similar remarkable impressions. This resulted in Nana, or The Soul Life of Plants. He published this in Leipzig in 1848, and though scathingly rejected by fellow academians, it became very popular, and it's also still being printed in Germany 3/4 of a century later. Welcome back, Scarlett.
Thanks, Ahmed. Glad to be back.
In the introduction, Fechner explains that he happened on the title by accident. He thought he actually was going to call the book Flora, after the Roman goddess of flowers, or Hamadryas, after the wood nymphs, which the Hellenists recognized as living only as long as the trees of which they were the spirit. But being rejected, the first two as too botanical, the second is too classically stiff. He was reading a Teutonic mythology and learned that Balder, god of light, had, like Actaeon, peeping at Diana, secretly gazed upon the naked form of the flower princess Nana as she bathed in a stream. When her natural loveliness was enhanced by the energy over which Balder ruled, his heart said the legend was pierced, and the marriage of light and flowers became a foregone conclusion. So, Fechner's awakening to the soul life of plants and turning himself from professing physics to professing philosophy, which branch of knowledge he was given a chair at Leipzig the same year that Nana appeared. Before his realization that plants had undreamed of sensitivity, Fechner had actually concerned himself with more cosmic problems and had another book called Little Book of Life After Death, posthumously published in Dresden 1936, and in Comparative Anatomy of the Angels, which was a work he considered so risque that he wrote it under a pseudonym, and that pseudonym actually was Dr. Mises, Mises. Little book, he put forward an idea that human life was lived actually in 3 stages. One, of continuous sleep from conception to birth. One, of half wakefulness, which humans called terrestrial life, and one of fuller alertness, which began only after death. So, then comes along comparative anatomy, and he traces a path of evolution from monocellular organism through man to angelic higher beings, spherical in form and capable of seeing universal gravitation, the same way that ordinary humans perceive light, of communicating by luminous symbols instead of audibly. And when he introduces Nana, the concept that believing that plants have a soul or not changes one's whole insight into nature. Man admitted to an omnipresent, all-knowing, and almighty God who bestowed animation on all things. Then nothing in the world could be excluded from this munificence. Neither plant nor stone nor crystal nor weight. Universal spirit. is what he asks if it sets less firmly in nature than in human beings, and how much in command of nature's power as it is of human bodies. So, anticipating Bose's work, Fechner is going to further reason that if plants have life and a soul, that they have some sort of nervous system hidden perhaps in their strange spiral fibers. So he's going to go beyond limitations of today's mechanistic physiologies. And he's going to refer to spiritual nerves in the universe, one expression of which is an interconnection of celestial bodies, not with long ropes, but with unified webs of light, gravity, and forces yet unknown. Now, again, is this not like very remindful of Avatar? Is it just me? And Scarlett, you can feel free to like pop in with your comments if anybody wants to discuss any of these things that we're talking about as we're talking about them. Just pop up and be like, "Hey, Red, let's I want to talk about that," or "Hey, this part," and we'll talk about it more because I'm all about it. So basically, Fechner is going to say that the soul receives sensations in manners resembling that of a spider, which is going to actually alert outside influences like through a web. Yes, Bonnie. Like waves all connected. Well, and I keep saying it all the time, and I do say it all the time, we are all part of the creator. We are like drops of an ocean, and although you can take the drop from the ocean, you can never take the ocean from the drop. Well, this is virtually what Fechner is claiming right now, what you believe. And he's backing it up scientifically. Yes, this would be why they can read our emotions and or thoughts. So, Fechner then believes it's reasonable to accept the idea that plants have nerves, and that the reported absence of nerves is only due to man's ignorance rather than to any innate vegetal deficiencies. So, Fechner has a psyche of plants is no more linked to their nervous system than is the soul of a man to a human body. So, both are diffused throughout, yet separated from all the organs which they direct. None of the limbs anticipates anything for itself, wrote Fechner, and we're quoting, "Only I, the spirit of my whole sense, everything that happens to me." So Fechner is actually going to create a new branch of learning. And it's actually going to be called psychophysics. Now, who's heard of that? Anyone heard of psychophysics? Whoa, watch it there.
I'm also watching.
Oh, no, I'm good right now. Okay, so that we know, it's Fechner. So, this is going to abolish artificial separation between mind and body, and hold two entities to be only different sides of one reality. The mind appearing subjectively and the body objectively. As a circle is either concave or convex, depending on whether the observer stands inside it or outside it. Confusion resulting, according to Fechner, only because it's difficult to hold both points of view simultaneously. So, for Fechner, all things express in different ways the same cosmic soul, which actually comes into existence with the universe, and it's a consciousness, and it will die when and if the universe dies, but only then. So, basic to animate philosophy is the axiom that all life is one and simply takes up different shapes in order to divert itself. Highest good, supreme end of all action, maximum pleasure, not of all individual, but of all. Fechner's belief on this, basing all his rules for morals. So, this is, since spirit to Fechner is a docetic universe, it's useful to refer to souls wholly individual, whether vegetal or human. Regardless, souls provide only criteria in forming conceptions of other souls and making themselves known by outward physical sign. An undoubted irritation of today's prevalent school of behaviorists, carrot and stick psychology. Fechner also maintained that in its soul alone was the true freedom of any creature. Now, since a plant was rooted, it had less freedom of movement than an animal. Fechner, however, declared plants move through branches, leaves, tendrils, and when it sees fit, it behaves much like an animal, which opens its claws upon capture or runs when it's frightened. Now, the Soviet Union, more than a century before that, convinced Russia that plants could regulate their very own needs with the help of man-designated instrument. And we quote Fechner, "Why should we believe that a plant is not any less aware of hunger and thirst than an animal? The animal searches for food with its whole body. The plant with portions of it, guided not with nose, eyes, or ears, but with other senses. Plant people, calmly living their lives in the spots of their rooting, might well wonder why human bipeds keep rushing about. In addition to souls which run and shriek and devour, might there not be souls which bloom in stillness, exhale fragrance, and satisfy their thirst with dew, and their impulses by their burgoying?" Fletcher asked, "Could not flowers communicate with each other by the very perfume that they exude? Could they not become aware of each other's presence just by means more delightful than the breath of humans? which is seldom delicate or fragrant, except by coincidence in lovers. Now, from inside comes the voice, Fletcher wrote, and we're quoting, and from inside comes the scent. Just as one can tell human beings in the dark from the tone of their voices, so in the dark, every flower can be recognized by its scent. Each carries the soul of its progenitor. Now, some flowers have no fragrance. He acquires those to animals which live alone in the wild, those with perfume to gregarious beasts. Now, the human body's ultimate purpose was to serve vegetal life, according to this German sage. He believed that we were to surround it with carbon dioxide and manure them with human bodies after death. Flowers and trees finally consume man, and by combining remains together with raw earth, water, air, and sunlight, this will transform and transmute human bodies into the most glorious forms of color. Animism. Animism. Fechner was wrathfully berated, I guess, by his contemporaries, and it led him to some issues. And this was about 2 years after Nana, the book on the atomic theory, in which, long before the birth of particle physics, Fechner was arguing that atoms were centers of pure energy and the lowest elements in spiritual hierarchy. In the next following year, he brought out Zendavesta. Its title was inspired by sacred writings of ancient Zoroastrians, and they claimed a great religious leader, Zarathustra, and they claimed to be taught how to breed the food plants that still today form chief sources of nourishment. The original Zendavesta was considered the first textbook on agriculture. Fechner was characterized by younger American philosopher William James as a wonderful book by a wonderful genius. Fascinating, complex philosophy contained concepts of mental energy, appealed strongly to Sigmund Freud. Now, this was psychoanalysis and was never been built. Fechner heroically attempts to put forward his contemporaries, and many present-day philosophers called it, and we quote, an idealistic view of reality. He tried to reconcile it with methodology and modern science that he was even trained in. And this is why the Leipzig physician and physicist, characterized as one of the most versatile thinkers of the 19th century, was so excellent an observer of the details of the vegetable world surrounding him. In Nana, he described the sex organs of plants, which in humans St. Paul considered so uncomely, as marvels of beauty, lyricizing on the manner in which plants lure insects to wriggle into their genitalia to drink the hidden nectar and thus shake fertilizing pollen from the anthers of some distant blossom onto the stigma of their petals. Fechner marvels at how plants devise the most sophisticated systems to spread their species, how the puffball waits to be trodden upon in order to produce a cloud of minute spores that are carried great distances in the wind, how the maple can cast propeller seeds that spin away with passing breezes, how fruit trees seduce birds and bees and man to distribute their seeds everywhere, how neatly packaged in nourishing manure, how vaporous water lilies and ferns reproduce tiny but perfect plants on the surface of their leaves. He is going to exaggerate on plant roots and the sensitive tips of which enable them to maintain a sense of direction, and how the climbing tendrils of plants search for purchase and repeat perfect circles in the air. Fechner's work is not going to be taken seriously in his own time. There's an Englishman whose life ran parallel to Fechner's, and he daringly recognized that there were mysterious forces in plants and that they had characteristics of sentience or intelligence. And he published Origins of Species in 1859, which was earth-shaking. Charles Robert Darwin then devotes the greater part of his remaining 23 years not only to the elaboration of his theory of evolution, but to a meticulous study of the behavior of plants. I think we all did that. I think we even picked them and like blew them and made wishes. There was all sorts of things we did. You know? Now, The Power of Movement in Plants, published before Darwin's death, was 575 pages and developed in a more scientific way than Fechner's. The idea that the habit of moving at certain times of day was the common inheritance of both plants and animals, and in similarity, very striking similarity, he wrote, and we quote, "The localization of their sensitiveness and the transmission of an influence from the excited part to another which consequently moves." Indeed, Bonnie, indeed. Now, this seemed to imply that Fechner might have actually been correct in stating that plants, like animals, had nervous systems. Darwin stopped short of making that claim because he couldn't find a system. Nevertheless, he couldn't get that out of his mind that they have sentient ability. In the last sentence of the massive volume that refers to the properties of plants radical, the part of its embryo which develops into the primary root, and we quote, "It is hardly an exaggeration to say that the tip of the radicle acts like the brain of one of the lower animals, the brain being seated within the interior end of the body, receiving impressions from the sense organs and directing the several movements." Now, in 1862, he published an earlier book called The Fertilization of Orchids. This was one of the most complete and masterful single species studies on plant life ever to appear. Darwin put highly technical language the way insects caused fertilization of unusual flowers, and he learned by sitting on the grass for hours and patiently watching this process. In more than a dozen years of experiments conducted on 57 different species of plants, he's going to find that products of cross-pollination resulting more numerous and larger and heavier, vigorous, fertile offspring in species that are normally self-pollinating. He could put his finger on the secret of the production of such copious amounts of pollen. Though the odds were millions to one against it, if the pollen of an immobile plant could mix with a faraway relative, its offspring were likely to attain what came to be known as hybrid vigor. Darwin wrote, and we quote, "The advantages of cross-fertilization do not follow from some mysterious virtue in the mere union of two distinct individuals, but from such individuals having been subjected during previous generations to different conditions, or to their having varied in a manner commonly called spontaneous, so that in either case their sexual elements have been in some degree differentiated." Now, Darwin's theory of evolution and the survival of the fittest indicated that something more than chance was at play. In 1892, now 10 years after Darwin dies, 5 years after Fechner's 52-page Nurseryman's Catalog, the new creation in Fruits and Flowers is published in Santa Rosa, California, creates a sensation in the United States. Unlike similar books that had so far included not more than half a dozen novelties among hundreds of advertisements, this one contained not a single plant known to man. Horticulture marvels were a hardwood giant, Paradox walnut, which, growing as fast as a spongy pulpwood, could form a hedge tall enough to screen a house within just a few years. A giant daisy named for Mount Shasta, with mammoth snow-white petals, an apple sweet on one side, sour on the other, and a cross between a strawberry and a raspberry, which, though did not fruit, seemed as strange to followers of the theory of natural selection as would the mating of chicken with an owl. Now, the catalog finally made its way 6,000 miles to the Netherlands. Professor Hugo de Vries in Amsterdam, who's in the process of rediscovering the modern science of genetics. Really, BJ? Do they get seeds? Do they get seeds, Bonnie? And that originated in the mid-19th century by an Australian monk, Gregor Johann Mendel. But it was buried during his lifetime in shelves in a monastery library. Dr. Vries, later to be celebrated for carrying forward Darwin's life work with his own theory of mutation, was flabbergasted when the catalog appeared and the ability of a man to bring into the world botanical specimens undreamed of by nature. Okay, Bonnie, can you send me some? Like, is there a way that you can send me some? Whether, I don't know, is there a way that you could send me pieces? Could you pack them in like a bag like you buy bulbs in, maybe? I don't know. Or can you get me seeds from the ends of the petals and send them to me? Or send me a flower that has the seeds on them? Something? Something? Anything, Bonnie? Can you? Now, so he becomes very curious and he goes across the world to visit the catalog's publisher, who's in New England and transplanted to California, Luther Burbank, whose feats with plants are going to lead to the new transitive verb to Burbank and a reputation as the Wizard of Horticulture. Awesome. Thanks, Bonnie. Let me know. And infuriate botanists unable to understand the magic within his methods. Yay, Scarlett's back. Welcome back, Scarlett.
Thanks,
Now,
Red.
DeVries is going to go to Santa Rosa, and he's going to see with his own eyes growing in the wizard's front yard a 14-year-old paradox walnut larger than the Persian variety, 4 times its age, and a monkey puzzle tree which could stun passerbyers by dropping 20-pound nuts on their heads. And he was dumbstruck that a little cottage where Burbank worked, there was neither a library nor a laboratory, and Burbank's work notes were kept on tearings from brown paper bags or the backs of letters and envelopes. Y'all, this sounds like me. And you can ask Scarlett. I write everything. But I will write on brown paper bags. I will write on the backs of letters. I will write on envelopes. I will write in books. I will write on anything and everything available. And then I know where I put stuff. And then I get very angry because I go back to get it and it's not there anymore. And everybody's like, how do you even know where anything is? Listen, I knew, okay? I did. Obviously, I knew because I know the shit.
I once picked up a sign when I worked at the mall, and I never ended up buying it, but I should have bought it because it was like, please don't clean up my mess. You will confuse me, or something like that. I'll wonder where things went. Like, it basically was like, this may look like a mess, but to me, it is carefully, strategically placed shit. Me and Red are really a lot alike in that sense, because Red got to come to my house, so she already knows how it is. Right. So, with that being said, but I did clean my room when she came though. Like, I got a little chair for her to sit in. I had it all set up. But like, when you fuck up people's mess, who are like,
I would say artful creatives who, kind of have some different mess
Listen,
going on.
she picked up her own shit for me and still was like, where the fuck is my shit?
You ain't never lied. And it makes it worse because then you're like, where is everything? When it's a mess, I know exactly where things are. And I know that doesn't make
So,
sense to everybody, but it does to
right.
me.
Genius minds are like this. I'm just saying that.
Just saying.
I said what I said. Take what you
Right.
want. Now, DeVry was expecting files, very carefully recorded data to reveal Burbank's secrets and questioning the plant breeder, only to be told that his art was basically, and we quote, a matter of concentration and the rapid elimination of non-essentials.
Mm.
Now, for a laboratory, DeVry is told, and we quote, I keep it in my head.
Wow.
Now, hundreds of Americans also confused, just as confused as this Dutch scientist, lacking any rational explanation for Burbank's methodology, branded the wizard a charlatan. Burbank's own evaluation of the botanical fraternity did little to appease the collective thought. 1901, Burbank tells San Francisco Flora Congress, and we quote, the chief work of the botanists of yesterday was the study and classification of dried, shriveled plant mummies whose souls had fled. They thought their classified species were more fixed and unchangeable than anything in heaven and earth that we can now imagine. We have learned that they are as plastic in our hands as clay in the hands of a potter or color on the artist's canvas, and can readily be molded into more beautiful forms and colors than any painter or sculptor can ever hope to bring forth. Yes, Scarlett's back, Pam. Scarlett's back.
Hey, Pam. Hey, girl.
Now, unlike the narrow minds that have the simple, which such simple, truthful statements created frenzy with, DeVry accepted Burbank as a natural born genius, and we quote, its value for the doctrine of evolution compels our highest admiration. Biographers almost inadvertently make clear that Burbank was and remains an enigma. An enigma, y'all. His own biographers have classified the man as an enigma. He was born in 1849 in Massachusetts, in Londonderry, small village. Left lasting impressions from schooling, and he read Henry David Thoreau and other great naturalists such as Alexander von Humboldt, Louis Agassiz, and they were overshadowed when he devoured, shortly after its publication in 1868, Charles Darwin's massive 2-volume, The Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication. Burbank was impressed by the theme that organisms, when removed from their natural conditions, varied. So, in Massachusetts, Burbank one day happens upon a seed ball and a patch of potatoes, a vegetable which almost never sets seed and therefore propagated
What
from the
was
buds
it?
or of its tuber. So
was
he
it
knew that
red?
potatoes,
No, what kind of
potatoes,
potato? Oh, I
it
thought you
doesn't
said
say what
potato.
kind.
It just says
It says
potato.
a patch of potatoes. He happened upon a seed ball
All right.
in a patch of potatoes, which potatoes can seed, but it is rare.
It is rare for them to go to seed, correct?
So since he knew that potato seeds, when found, would not grow tubers, and would instead produce a curious batch of mongrels, he got excited. And he thought one of them might be a miracle potato. So, one of 23 seeds in this ball was going to give offspring to something marvelous. It did manage to double the average yield. Smooth, plump, excellent baker, new potato, unlike red-skinned progenitor. It was actually creamy white. So it was a red-skinned potato that it came from. And Burbank then got $150 from a Marblehead seedman for the discovery of this new potato, and a compliment that it was one of the best potatoes this seedman had ever eaten. It became widely planted by growers in the San Joaquin River Delta town of Stockton, California. They presented to Burbank a solid gold miniature replica, and it dominates the United States potato market today. 3 days after the original sale, following the terse advice that he later gives to the New England farmer who asks him what he should raise on a newly acquired acreage, enough money to go to California was Burbank's response. Shortly after Burbank's arrival in Santa Rosa, Darwin's next book comes out, The Effects of Cross and Self-Fertilization in the Vegetal Kingdom. Burbank is struck by challenging introductory statement, and we quote, "As plants are adapted by such diversified and effective means for cross-fertilization, it might have been inferred from this fact alone that they derive some great advantage from the process." Burbank takes this sentence to mean a blueprint and a command. Darwin drew plans. He was about to carry them out. So, very first chance he gets, 1882, in the spring, a variety of plum known as prunes come into their own in hundreds of California orchards. New money-making fruit, easily dried, easily shipped, slow to spoil. In March, a banker in the neighboring town of Petaluma, fearful that he may miss the bonanza, asked Burbank if he could deliver 20,000 young prune trees for a 200-acre planting by December. Everyone else said the worried banker had told him it was impossible. Burbank knew the man had given him 2 years. If the man had given him 2 years, nothing would have been simpler than to sprout plum trees from seed, bud them with prunes in late summer after cutting off original plum tops. Watch them develop into prune seedlings the year following. How, he asked himself, could he turn the same trick in 8 months? So, Burbank recognizes almonds sprout much faster than the hard stones of plums. He buys a sack full of oval-shaped nuts, forces them to sprout in warm water, copying a method he used with corn when he was in Massachusetts, and this allowed him to beat other farmers to the market by more than a week. Even so, these little seedlings were not ready for budding until June, and time was running out. He had a cash advance from the banker. He hired all available nursery help in the region, and they work around the clock. When the job's finished, he prays that his tiny seedlings grow into trees as tall as the average woman in 4 months that he has remaining before he has to deliver on his contract. Guess what? His luck actually held. Before Christmas, he was able to deliver 19,500 trees to the banker. This left other nurserymen gasping. This produced a $6,000 windfall for Burbank, but it also taught him mass production was a key to prodding out of nature's secrets that she's normally unwilling to give up. Right, Bonnie? Right? So, Burbank has this homological revolution, and it leads to the development of new prunes and plums, including one, the Climax, which tasted like a pineapple, and another which tasted like a pear. Today, they still account for over half of California's giant crop. The Burbank July and Alberta peach are luscious. Burbank Flaming Gold Nectarine, a bush-type chestnut, which bore a crop 6 months after its seed was put to ground, a white blackberry, the color of an icicle, and 2 quinces that were so good that most nurseries still stock no other. Developing new fruit, Burbank adapts and in a fast way that he could race through thousands of cross-pollinations, while orthodox planters and specialists in laboratories were predominantly poring over sheaves of notes involving only a few dozen. Schoolmen increasingly accused him of trickery, mainly of buying his new creations abroad. Burbank convinced plants, like people, would behave differently when away from home, would order from as far away as Japan and New Zealand experimental varieties to cross with homegrown standbys. He introduced over 1,000 new plants, which, if evenly spaced over his working career, actually amounted to a never-before-seen specimen every 3 weeks. Welcome back again, Scarlett.
Thanks, dude. They keep kicking me out, and they're like, if this keeps happening, last time they were like, you make sure you have internet. No, pretty sure I got internet. Thanks.
Right.
It's a phone. Just saying.
So,
Ooh, I brought
despite
home a peach seed that I'm gonna try to grow. I'm very excited. I got my
oh,
Palisade
nice.
peaches today, G. They're just as lovely as I remember.
I know they're good.
Um,
So there was a lot of backbiting from envious, narrow-minded scientists, of course,
ooh,
that
Lindyberry Jam.
the miracle of making was heralded by professional experts big enough to recognize genius when they actually saw it, even if it's past their understanding. Liberty Hyde Bailey, Universal Recognized Dean of American Botany, earlier told a World Horticulture Congress, and we quote, "Man could not do much to produce variations in plants. Came from Cornell University to check Burbank out and see how he could create these things. So he left stupefied, and he wrote in an issue of the World's Work magazine, and we quote, Luther Burbank is a breeder of plants by profession, and in this business he stands almost alone in this country. So many and so striking have been the new plants that he has given to the world that he has been called the Wizard of Horticulture. The sobriquet has prejudiced a good many people against his work. Luther Burbank is not a wizard. He is an honest, straightforward, careful, inquisitive, and persistent man. He believes that cause produces results. He has no other magic than that of patient inquiry, abiding enthusiasm, an unprejudiced mind, and a remarkably acute judgment of the merits and capabilities of plants. This was a delight to Burbank, and it smarted him from ugly rumors circulating about his work in the halls of the academy. He then tells Stanford University in a packed lecture hall, and we quote, orthodoxy is ankylosis. Nobody at home. Ring up the undertaker for further information. Professor H.J. Weber, geneticist, and he's in charge of plant breeding at the U.S. Department of Agriculture at the time, maintained that Burbank had single-handedly saved the world nearly a quarter of a century in plant breeding time. David Fairchild spent years exploring the world for new plants, which might prove commercially useful within the United States, but was baffled by Burbank's methods and summoned his impression of his visit to Santa Rosa in a letter to a friend this way. There are those who say that Burbank is not scientific. It is true only in the sense that he has tried to do so much and has been so fascinated by the desire to create that he has not always noted and labeled the footsteps which he has taken. Just watching Burbank at work took the breath away from countless observers. On the experimental farm in nearby Sebastopol, 40,000 Japanese plums or 250,000 flowering bulbs could be seen growing at the same time. Burbank would walk down a row of thousands of plants, whether tiny seedlings just breaking ground or chest-high flowers nearing maturity, and without breaking a stride, pick out those likely to succeed. One wide-eyed county farm advisor described this in his own words. He would go along a row of gladioli, yanking out the ones he didn't want as fast as he could pull them up. He seemed to have an instinct that told him if a tiny plant would grow up to bear the kind of fruit or flowers he wanted. I couldn't see any difference between them, even if I stooped and looked close, but Burbank did, no matter, then glance at them. Burbank catalogs describing results in such ways that readers could imagine. He had thousands of workers, several genies helping him. 6 new gladioli, the best of a million seedlings, the growing of 10,000 hybrid clematis plants for several years to get a final 6 good ones, discarding 18,000 calla lilies in order to get 1 plant. And we quote, "My royal walnut can outgrow ordinary walnuts 8 to 1 and promises to revolutionize the furniture business and also perhaps the cordwood industry." That's okay, Pam. On April 18th, 1906, an earthquake, which all but devastates San Francisco and reduces Santa Rosa to a mass of flaming splinters and rubble, overwhelmed citizens, further stunned that a pane of glass in Burbank's huge greenhouse not far from the center of town was even cracked. Burbank was less amazed than his fellow townsmen. Careful not to broach the subject directly in public, he surmises his communing with the forces of nature and the cosmos, and his success with plants that protected his greenhouse. His indirect allusions to the personalization of his plants are illustrated in an article in Century Magazine, 1906. "The most stubborn living thing in this world, the most difficult to swerve," he asserted, "is a plant once fixed in certain habitats. Remember that this plant has preserved its individuality all through the ages. Perhaps it is one which can be traced backward through eons of time in the very rocks themselves. Do you suppose, after all these ages of repetition, the plant does not become possessed of a will, if you so choose to call it, of unparalleled tenacity?" So, the president of Philosophical Research Society of Los Angeles at the time, Manly P. Hall, along with one of his students in comparative religion, mythology, and esoterica, Burbank is going to reveal that when he wanted his plants to develop in a particular way and a peculiar way, not common to their kind, he would get down on his knees and he would talk to them. He mentions that the plants have over 20 sensory perceptions, but they're different from ours, and we don't recognize them. He wasn't sure that the shrubs and the flowers could understand the words, but he was convinced through telepathy that they would understand the meaning. Hall later confirmed what Burbank told the famous yogi, Paramahansa Yogananda, about the development of the spineless cactus, a years-long procedure during which Burbank at first had to pull thousands of cactus thorns from his hands with pliers, but in the end, the cacti grew without thorns. And we quote, "While I was conducting my experiments with cacti, I often talked to the plants to create a vibration of love. You have nothing to fear. You don't need your defensive thorns. I will protect you. Through power of love," Hall reports, "greater than any other was a subtle kind of nourishment that made everything grow better and bear fruit more abundantly." Burbank explained to him that in all of the experimentation that took place with his plants, into his own confidence, if he asked them to help and assured them that he held their small lives in deepest regard and affection, they responded. Helen Keller, deaf and blind, visited Burbank, and she wrote in the Outlook for the Blind, "He has the rarest of gifts, the receptive spirit of a child. When plants talk to him, he listens. Only a wise child can understand the language of flowers and trees. Her observation was particularly apt, since all his life Burbank loved children. In The Training of the Human Plant, that was published as a book, he anticipated a more humane attitudes of the later day and shocked authoritarian parents by saying, "It is more important for a child to have a good nervous system than to try to force it along the line of book knowledge at the expense of its spontaneity, its play. A child should learn through a medium of pleasure and not pain. Most of the things that are really useful in later life come to children through play and through association with nature." Burbank, just like any other genius, realizes that his successes came from having conserved the exuberance of a small boy and his wonder for everything around him. He even told his biographers, "I am almost 77, and I can still go over a gate or run a foot race or kick the chandelier. That's because my body is no older than my mind, and my mind is adolescent. It has never grown up, and I hope it never will." This was the quality that puzzled the regular scientists, who looked down at his power, or up at his power of creation, and bedeviled audiences who expected him to be explicit as to how he produced his horticultural wonders. Always disappointed as the members of the American Pomological Society gathered to hear Burbank tell all, during his lecture, how to produce new fruits and flowers. They all sat agape when he said, and we quote, "In pursuing the study of any of the universal and everlasting laws of nature, whether relating to the life, growth, structure, and movements of a giant planet, the tiniest plant, or of the psychological movements of the human brain, some conditions are necessary before we can become one of nature's interpreters or the creator of any valuable work for the world. Preconceived notions, dogmas, and all personal prejudice and bias must be laid aside. Listen patiently, quietly, and reverently to the lessons, one by one, which Mother Nature has to teach, shedding light on that which was before a mystery, so that all who will may see and know. She conveys her truths only to those who are passive and receptive. Accepting these truths as suggested, wherever they may lead, then we have the whole universe in harmony with us. At last, man has found a solid foundation for science, having discovered that he is part of a universe which is eternally unstable in form, eternally immutable in substance." Now, if Fechner would have known that Burbank agreed with him, in the dark and cold world we sit, if we will not open the inward eyes of the spirit to the inward flame of nature. Now, we go to an agricultural chemist, a genius born before the Civil War, George Washington Carver. He overcame a handicap of slave descent and heralded in a lifetime as the Black Leonardo. Now, I'm not personally claiming that. I'm saying what has been claimed of him. He had a stunningly creative career. Methods as incomprehensible to fellow scientists as were those of the professional forebearers and the alchemists. Carver turned the lowly peanut, considered useful only as hog food, and the unknown sweet potato into hundreds of separate products ranging from cosmetics and axle grease to printer's ink and coffee. From the time that he could walk in the countryside alone, he began to have an uncanny knowledge of all growing things. Local farmers in Diamond Grove, a very tiny community, foothills of the Ozarks of southwestern Missouri, remember him as a weak-looking boy roving hours through their holdings and examining plants and bringing back certain varieties that he could miraculously heal sick animals with. By himself, he planted a private garden in a remote and unused bit of bottomland. He used the remnants of cold frames and other stray material, and he built a secret greenhouse in the woods. When he was asked what he was always doing by himself, so far away from the homestead, Carver would reply firmly, if not enigmatically, "I go to my garden hospital and take care of hundreds of sick plants." Farmers' wives all over the country began bringing him ailing houseplants, asking him to get them to bloom. Gently caring for them in his own way, he often sang to them in the same squeaky voice which characterized him in manhood, but then put them in tin cans with special soil of his own concoction, covered them at night, took them out to play in the sun during the day, and when he would return them, he would repeatedly be asked how he could work such miracles. He always answered, "All flowers talk to me, and so do hundreds of little living things in the woods. I learn what I know by watching and loving everything." Lives matter, y'all. See? Washington Carver. Lives matter. All lives. So he enrolls in Simpson College in Iowa. He supports himself by being a laundryman, doing shirts of other students. He's going to then transfer to Iowa State College of Agriculture. That's where he had his best loved teacher, Henry Cantle Wallace. And he also happened to be a good publisher, an editor of the popular Wallace Farmer. And his favorite quote was, "Nations endure only as long as their topsoil." Wow, guys, let's just take a second. I want to say that again. And Scarlett, where are you? Because you should be here for this.
Okay, I'm here. I was listening, but I feel like the way you said that, I wasn't.
Nations endure only as long as their top soil.
Damn, that's deep as hell.
Let that sink in, y'all. I want everybody to think about that. What we just said about all lives mattering, right? Okay, because again, Carter says, "All flowers talk to me, and so do hundreds of little living things in the woods. And I learn what I know by watching and loving everything." Okay, all lives matter. And then again, to be his favorite quote, "Nations endure only as long as their topsoil."
Yeah, and George Washington Carver was a black man.
I know. Did you miss that? And I had to like say I wasn't claiming this for him, but this is what they said about him, and I think it's important. You might want to know, okay? So they call him a remarkable genius born before the Civil War, an agricultural chemist, and he overcame the handicap of his slave descent to be heralded in his own lifetime as the
Damn,
black.
you know how bogus that is to be like his handicap of slave descent. You know how shitty that is to like just that just shows like where America was at the time because I know this is probably you know what I mean to say a statement like that. Like that's not a recent
Right.
statement. Because I mean they
Right.
just tried to gloss over like 400 years of really messed up shit to be like it was a handicap.
Right.
Wasn't
But
it a
it does
handicap?
say,
It was like a
it
self-imposed
says,
handicap. You know what I mean? It's not like something that you can really overcome. You know what I mean? What about other people? Like, so you're just a half a person to begin with. Like, that's basically what they said. Like, he was an
well,
exceptional nigger. Like that. Basically, that's all it sounds like to me.
well, it says to be heralded in his own lifetime as the Black Leonardo.
Right.
So I that's what they were. That's how they introduced him, kinda.
Right.
Now, I just felt like that was really, really freaking deep, and that we should take a minute and really think about that. Like, wow, like a nation disappearing when it's a nation disappearing when its topsoil disappears. Think about that, guys. Like, think about our topsoil. Think about what's going on with it right now. Think about all of the poison that we've pumped into it. Think of what they're spraying on it. Think of, all of the ways that Mother Nature is literally eroding it. And then look at, the state of, well, yes, Pam, to a degree, I guess it would have been, because it led him to really great places.
Yeah. I mean, you got a good point with that. I guess people wouldn't be who they are without those experiences. You know.
Yeah, it led him to really great places. I mean, the man did really great stuff, dude. Like, without him, we wouldn't have peanut butter, y'all.
Yeah, that's true. He did kind of make peanut butter happen. That's real. And that's interesting to know that before even, let's say 150, going on 200 years ago, that didn't exist in our diets.
Did y'all know that he was a self-taught organist as well and played all the time in churches?
That's cool. It's hard to play the organ.
And he took George Wallace's 6-year-old grandson on long walks in the woods to talk with plants and fairies.
Oh, wow. Ooh, that's interesting because, we've had Gary Wayne on talking about fairies in the past. So
Little
that's
suspecting that the hand that he was holding at that time would be that of a Secretary of Agriculture, and 2 years before Carver's own death, President of the United States.
right.
How freaking amazing is that?
That's pretty cool. And they said it very matter of fact. Like fairies talk to the
Yeah.
plants. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
and after we talked to Gary, there was really, at least in our minds, now everybody's allowed to make up their own, but there's some substance to that these otherworldly creatures could be real.
Well, in 1896,
I know, and without him, we wouldn't have peanut butter.
right? And in 1896, having his master's degree, he's invited to join the faculty. And founder and president of the Normal and Industrial Institute at the time, Booker T. Washington, who heard of Carver's brilliance, asked him to come to Tuskegee, Alabama, and run the Institute's agricultural department.
That's cool.
So Carver, just like Chandra Bose, could not let the prospect of a comfortable, well-paying post in Iowa State faculty dissuade him from serving people. So he went. He had not been back in the South more than a couple of weeks when discerning that his main problem that he faced in the flat land that spread out hundreds of square miles around him was slow poisoning through repetitive planting every year of a single crop, cotton. It was generational, and it was literally sucking the fertility from the soil. So, to counteract the depletion of thousands of sharecroppers, he set up an experimental station, a private laboratory christened God's Little Workshop.
Wow.
He would sit for hours communing with plants, and into which he never allowed a single book to penetrate. For his students at Tuskegee, he made his lectures as simple and yet thoroughgoing as possible. George W.B. Hill, chancellor at the time of the university, comes to Tuskegee to see the true... Okay, now I'm just stating what this book says at this time, okay? And this is a really old book. Presentation of the problem of Southern agriculture. Oh no, I'm sorry. Tuskegee to see for himself if it was true that a Negro professor was as brilliant as rumor had reported him.
See, y'all, this is what I was talking about. Like, they didn't say it as bluntly before, but here, not too far down, you see, that's all I was trying to say. That's all I was. They just said what I was trying to say, like what they
But
were
I
thinking.
do think that it's important that they're letting us know the mentality then.
And this was 1896, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. See, and what happened that, and I mean, so to think about that, obviously to some degree there was a shift of mentality, but obviously Tuskegee University was obviously probably a black college because you had George Washington Carver and who else did you say?
The
other guy who invited him in. Dang, he was black too. Whoever it was,
Booker
I
T.
remember
Washington.
Yeah, see, yeah. Same thing.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but he declared. Oh, so he wanted to come and see if he was as brilliant as rumor had reported, and declared Carver's presentation on the problem of Southern agriculture, and we quote, "the best lecture that it has ever been my privilege to attend."
Wow, that's a pretty big thing to say back then.
Especially because right before he just literally said he was going to see if the Negro professor was as brilliant as rumor.
Right.
That all of his students were greatly impressed that each morning he would rise at 4 o'clock to walk in the woods before he started work and bring back countless plants with which to illustrate his lectures. When Carver would tell people about this habit, he was quoted as saying, "Nature is the greatest teacher, and I learn from her best when others are asleep. In the still dark hours before sunrise, God tells me of the plans I am to fulfill." More than a decade, Carver worked every day on experimental plots of soil, trying to discover exactly how to change Alabama's enthrallment by old DeBeal cotton 19-acre plot. No commercial fertilizer. Nothing but old dead leaves from the forest, rich muck from the swamps, and barnyard manure. This plot furnishes such bountiful harvest of rotated crops that Carver came to the conclusion that in Alabama, the very fertilizers in which existed almost unlimited supplies were allowed to go to the waste in favor of commercially sold products. As a horticulturist, Carver noted that the peanut was incredibly self-sufficient, that it grew well in poor soil. As a chemist, he discovered that it equaled sirloin steaks in protein and potatoes in carbohydrates. Late one evening, pondering the problem in the workshop, staring at a peanut plant, he asked it, "Why did the Lord make you?" He claims he had an answer. Did y'all know this? Have you ever heard this? His peanut plant conversation. Has anybody ever heard about this before? Anyways, so he receives an answer, he says, a very brief one. And we quote, "You have 3 things to go by: compatibility, temperature, and pressure." Slim advice. He locks himself in his laboratory. Sleepless weeks, breaking down the peanut into its chemical components, exposing them by trial and error to different conditions of temperature and pressure. He found 1/3 of the little nut was made up of 7 different varieties of oil. 7 different types of oil, dude. Like 1/3 of a peanut has 7 different varieties of oil. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Okay.
I thought peanut oil was just peanut oil.
So he works around the clock. He analyzes, he synthesizes, he takes apart and recombines, he breaks down, he builds up, and he chemically differentiates parts of the peanut literally until he has like 24 bottles, each containing a brand new peanut product.
Huh.
He leaves his laboratory. He has a meeting of farmers and agricultural specialists, and he shows them what he's been able to do in 7 days and 7 nights. Now, stop right there. We're going to stop right there. Okay. So let's just look at the numbers here. 7 days, 7 nights. Little to no sleep. Working like crazy. 24 bottles. 22 different peanut products. Right? 2 dozen would be 22.
2 dozen would be 24.
Sorry, 24. 24 different peanut products, 7 days, 7 nights. He begs the audience to plow under the soil, destroying cotton and plant peanuts instead, assuring them that it would produce cash crop more valuable than the existing use of food for pigs may indicate.
And wasn't he the one who created the cotton gin?
Yeah, I think so.
It's just
But
interesting that we get to hear about when he kind of shift from, like, you know what I mean? I swear that was his invention, the cotton gin. And
right.
then, probably realized that cotton was taking all the fertility from the soil, was in like crap. And then was like, plant peanuts, yay. That's how I
So
feel
of
like this is
course the audience is doubtful, right?
right. Of course, because everybody knows that they make good money, on the cotton, and you use cotton to make clothing and all types of stuff,
And even more doubtful when they ask Carver to explain his methods. Now we already know how Carver is, right? So he's like, he never groped for them, but they came to him in flashes of inspiration while walking in the woods. To allay their doubts, he began to issue bulletins. He stated incredibly that rich
They
nutrients and
didn't really say how he picked peanuts, though.
right.
That'd be
So
interesting to know how he chose peanuts out of all the plants.
he has these bulletins he puts out where he states about rich nutrients, highly palatable butter being made from peanuts, whereas it took hundreds of pounds of dairy milk to make 10 pounds of butter. 100 pounds of peanuts could produce 35 pounds of peanut butter.
Right.
Other bulletins showed a cornucopia of products could also be extracted from the sweet potato, a tropical vine of which most America had never even heard of.
Right.
It thrived in South Cotton D-based soil. When World War I broke out, the shortage of dyestuffs presented itself as a serious national problem. Carver rambled at daybreak through the mist and dew, inquiring of his plant friends which of them could alleviate the deficit. From the leaves, roots, stems, and fruits of 28 volunteers, he coaxed 536 separate dyes, which could be used to color wool, cotton, linen, silk, and even leather, producing 49 of them from the Scuppernong grape alone. So, at last, his labors attract national attention. Tuskegee Institute is saving 200 pounds of wheat per day by mixing 2 parts of ordinary flour with a new flour derived from sweet potatoes. A flock of dietitians and food writers are cooperating with the wartime drive to economize on wheat come to investigate. They're served delicious bread made from mixed flours, along with a scrumptious lunch of 5 courses, each made from peanuts and sweet potatoes, or Carver's mock chicken from the two combined. The only other vegetable on the table were sheep sorrel, peppergrass, wild chicory, and dandelion, served as a salad
Of which we
to
eat
illustrate.
none of that now.
Right.
Think about that. Everything they just said, we don't eat really now. Maybe chicory you could find in like a salad mixer blend, but sheep sorrel, chicory. What other one did you say?
Peppergrass
Peppergrass. We don't.
and dandelion.
What would that be, like arugula? Maybe I don't even know what that is. What the hell is peppergrass?
And the other was dandelions.
Yeah, with dandelions we know we can eat, but just think about that. That was the only other vegetables at the table. So at that time, it was considered a vegetable. Dandelions,
Right.
sheep sorrel, all of those, what we would consider noxious weeds, to them was a vegetable at the dinner table. Just, I would like to just clarify that for folks.
Well, he served it as a salad to better illustrate his assertion that plants growing in nature were far better than those from which natural vitality had been removed in cultivation.
Right, right. Because the Native Americans used to say that, to like maintain, good health and things and, just living, you could find everything you need within like a 1 or 2 mile radius of your home, as far as what you need to eat in natural plants. And so that would make sense to try to, because something that grows naturally is supposed to be there. It grew there for whatever reason, because it has the right conditions. Therefore, if it's the right conditions and it flourishes, it probably will be healthy and strong and nutritious because it's not a weak plant, like you say, where quote unquote vitality is removed. I think that's a generic statement, but where because I understand that, because as you're cultivating these, like what we plant now are specialty plants for seed, so that's why they grow. But if they were growing naturally somewhere, what would they be like? Could you even find these things naturally? Like where would you find like peas growing in the wild? Where would you find so I think a lot of foods that we do eat honestly are probably hybridized and probably were brought into our diet because like look, things like sweet potato, right, and peanuts were not something in our diet until the war occurred, and then they were trying to figure out it only was brought because of shortage. Now, sweet potatoes are considered a staple everywhere. Everywhere's got sweet potato fries, sweet potato mashed potatoes, sweet potato this, sweet potato flour, sweet potato. You know what I mean? Where sweet
And
potatoes.
again, guys, if not for Carver, we wouldn't have sweet potato.
Well, yeah, because it is a tropical vine. I found out this year because we were propagating them from ones that just happened to grow on our shelf. Um, that they are a part of the morning glory family. So when they say tropical vine, they mean that because like it would have to grow naturally, and you'd have to really spend time propagating them otherwise because you can't grow them like other potatoes. They have to have a legitimate slip vine growing off of it. You cut
Mm-hmm.
that off. You have to root that. Once you root that and it has roots, then you plant that in the ground. Then once that grows and the plant grows to maturity as a vine and it'll flower like a morning glory and everything, then you will have a sweet potato. Then you'd have to take said sweet potato, wait for sweet potato to sprout again, take the vines off, so on and so forth, or else you'll never get sweet potatoes again. So
Right.
he figured out obviously how to cultivate them in a way to show people like if you got to keep them going, but they're not necessarily easy to propagate as far as in the beginning. If you didn't know what you were doing, if you kill off all your slips, well, there's no potatoes then after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very delicate. Oh, they come from Africa, huh? Interesting. So maybe that's where he had the knowledge was from, his people and, being a slave. I'm sure slaves shared this information and tried to keep their oral traditions as much as they could, So I'm sure that they would have known about this. But yeah, it's a beautiful, like morning glory looking plant that will flower. It's not like regular potatoes.
They immediately recognized that this could make a contribution and go a long way to help war efforts. So they rushed to telephones and to papers And Carver becomes known to scientists the year before because he was elected a fellow of Great Britain's famous Royal Society, now
Oh.
appears in headlines again, and invited to Washington, dazzles government officials with dozens of products, including a starch value to the textile industry, later became a component in the glue of billions of US postage stamps.
Wow.
Dude, so without Carver, we wouldn't have postage stamps neither.
At least not ones that stuck.
Do we have a John Carver stamp? I wonder. I
You
mean,
mean
yeah,
George Washington Carver stamp? Maybe. We should.
yes,
If we don't, that's
yes.
bold.
Right? Especially since he's responsible for the glue.
Right?
Next, it came to Carver that peanut oil
Oh
could
yeah,
help.
and chicory dandelion tea, that could be like a replacement basically for coffee. You know, like Dandy Blend is a chicory dandelion blend that you can use as a replacement for coffee.
Dude, another thing I had no idea of, Carver says that peanut oil can help atrophy muscles in polio victims. He had such astonishing results that he had to set aside one day each month to treat polio patients who came to the laboratory on stretchers, crutches, and canes. This feature still to today remains unheralded in medicine, as the application of castor oil packs recommended about the same time by the sleeping prophet Edgar Cayce, with
Edgar
which
Casey.
doctors Edgar Cayce, with which doctors of an intrepidly investigative frame of mind only today are beginning to achieve startling and wholly inexplicable cures. 1930s, the peanut's one-time worthlessness has now been converted through Carver's clairvoyance into $250 million for Southern farmers and creates a huge industry. Peanut oil alone was valued at $60 million a year. Dude, $60 million a year. And peanut butter was establishing itself as one of the favorite foods of even the poorest American child. Not satisfied with his achievements, Carver went on to make paper from a local southern pine tree, which ultimately then spurred lumberers to cover millions of southern acres with productive forest where only scrub woods existed before. Paper, y'all. In the midst of the Depression, Carver is invited to Washington to testify before the powerful Ways and Means Committee of the U.S. Senate. They were considering the Smoot-Hawley tariff bill, designed to protect struggling American manufacturers. He dressed usually, seemingly eternally durable, $2 black suit. Oh, gee, $2 black suit. That's like how expensive shit was. And that was a super expensive fucking suit then.
Damn. Oh, that's cool, Bonnie. When she was little, she used mucilage glue. I wonder if that's the glue he created. I didn't even know people glued their stamps before theirs. I thought they were always self-adhesive, but apparently they were not.
No. I remember licking stamps.
Yeah, but she's saying they used mucilage glue when she was little, so that means you had to paint glue on the stamp and stick it.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. My grandmother used to have a little station, and you would have to take she had these little tweezers, and you would pick it up with these little tweezers, and she had this little paintbrush, and you would paint it on the back, and then you would place the stamp on your little thing with your little tweezers, and then you would push it down with the other end.
Right, yep.
Remember that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot we skipped a couple steps there. You know what I mean? Like we forget how
Right?
easy things are now. Or even
Yep.
to seal the envelope, you know what I mean? When they came out with
Right.
that, self lick glue on the end.
Right. So, okay, so $2 suit, ever-present flower in his buttonhole, and a homemade necktie, G.
Aw, that's cute.
He arrives at Union Station. He's rebuffed by waiting porter, who, when Carver asks to help him with his bags, directs him to Congress. And direct him to Congress replies, "Sorry, Pop, I ain't got time for you right now. I'm expecting an important colored scientist coming from Alabama."
Damn. That might have got you killed back then.
Patiently, Carver hefted his own bags to a taxi, which took him to Capitol Hill. The committee had accorded him no more than 10 minutes to testify. He began his presentation. He took face powders, petroleum substitutes, shampoos, creosote, vinegar, wood stains, and other samples of countless creations concocted in his laboratories out of his bag. Vice President of the United States, Cactus Jack Garner from Texas, overruled protocol and told Carver he could have as much time as he liked because his demonstration was the best that he'd ever seen presented to a Senate committee.
Damn. That was a big deal. They don't let you talk now for a minute, let alone have as much time as you like.
And for him, again, I hate to point it out, but it was very vital for his time then, for a colored man to get this call to even go before the Senate. At this time frame in our society was unheard of. So not only that, you know what I mean? And not only that, but now he is a colored man who was called to Senate and allowed to speak in Senate. But now he's been given an unlimited amount of time. This is even more unheard of, no matter what color you are.
That's true. I know, amazing how it was back then, right? You know what I mean? We don't think of it as that, but there would have been a lot more struggle, a lot more adversity than what people think we deal with now.
So Carver does a half a lifetime of research. He creates fortunes for thousands of people.
Right?
He rarely takes out a patent on any of his own ideas.
Somebody probably now has stolen all of those ideas and patented them.
When practical-minded industrialists and politicians remind him of the money that he could have, and he only afforded himself this protection. He said, "God did not charge me or you for making peanuts. Why should I profit from their product?"
Wow, what a noble man.
Like Bose, Carver believed the fruit of his mind, however valuable, should be granted free of charge to mankind. Thomas A. Edison quoted to his associates, "Carver is worth a fortune," and backed up his statement by offering to employ the black chemist at an astronomically high salary. Carver turned it down. Henry Ford
I do not know where Red went. We will wait for Red to come.
Sorry, guys, it booted me. Am I back? Can you all hear me?
Sure can, Red. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can.
It just told me that I had lost signal, so I wanted to make sure.
Now, he turns down the offer. Henry Ford quotes about Carver, "the greatest scientist living," and he tries to get him to come to River Rouge establishment with equal lack of success. Now, due to the fact that he had strangely unaccountable sources for which magic plants products sprang, he continued to be pretty much wholly instructuable as Burbank's to scientists and to general public. Visitors found Carver putting at his workbench amid a confusing clutter of mold, soils, plants, insects, were baffled by the utter and too many of them meaningless simplicities of his replies to their pleas for him to reveal secrets. He once replied to someone, "The secrets are in the plants. To elicit them, you have to love them enough." "But why do so few people have your power?" the man persisted. "Who besides you can do these things?" "Everyone can," said Carver, "if only they believe." He would tap a Bible. He would tap a Bible and add, "The secrets are all here in God's promises. These promises are real as and more infinitely solid and substantial than this table which the materialists those so thoroughly believe in." Now, Carver does a very celebrated public lecture, and he relates how he's been able to call forth from low mountains of Alabama hundreds of natural colors from clays and earth, including a rare pigment of deep blue, which amazes Egyptologists who saw rediscovered in it the blue color found in only the tomb of Tutankhamun, as bright and fresh after so many centuries as it was when it had been first applied. Carver was 80 or somewhere in there. The exact date of birth has never actually been established for Carver, and there are no records kept for slave children.
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. I can only go so far in my family history before you hit a brick wall.
Right. Son of a crapping gun.
Hmm.
I've lost Banana.
Mm,
This is not okay. Banana is gone.
no.
I can't be missing Banana, dude.
No.
David, dude, where's Banana?
You bought bananas?
The banana one. Did Dad take my banana one?
No. Hmm. Is Peanut Gallery trying to get on this too?
He has been toking
No.
on.
Look, Mr. I'm quitting first and I'm just cold turkeying.
Right.
Right. That's all I want to say about that.
Well, hold on just a second. Give me a second.
I'll give you a second there, right? He was a brilliant man. Yeah, that is so true, Bonnie. I mean, just the things we've learned so far that he had brought to the table are inventions that we take for granted. You know, just ideas we take for granted. Right, Bonnie? That's all I'm trying to say. You know, just LOL. That's all I'm trying to say. Now you're going to be out there thieving. Just feel some type of way about that. Because, you know. But, like I told Red, it's like, you know, vaping has always been an option, but these disposable ones have gotten a lot cooler than what they were like 10 years ago when I first had gotten into it. And currently I have an e-cigarette store that's literally right around the corner. So, but that's one thing I'll miss is a store literally around the corner, literally. And gas literally around the corner. I will miss that the most. Oh, my little one is being a snack monster. And she wants food. And it's like in the middle of the night. And I'm like, you need to just get it together and go to bed. But she can't. So, yeah, we were taught in grade school, but I don't think we weren't taught in depth like this. Like, there might have been like a few things, you know, during Black History Month about him, but not this in depth. That's just my opinion. But that, you know. Yeah, CBD. Yeah, the vape pens are great. CBD is great too. THC is great. Like, you know, cannabis is a wonderful plant. You know, and at that time that this, you know, that we're talking, this would have, you know, cannabis would have been used in a doctor's medicine kit. It wouldn't have been, you know, shunned upon at that point. That's for sure. Red, you haven't found this yet? I'm really surprised. Like, Red's struggling over here, y'all. And everybody say a small prayer because Mel is having the hardest time. And so we're praying for her. because it's rough, y'all. It's pretty bad. Because they left like days ago and they really haven't made it too far. So just keep Mel in your thoughts and prayers. That's for sure. I'm going to try to grab some form of snack for this small child. Oh, is Washington University named, I wonder, after him or George Washington? I mean, they're both, I guess, George Washington, but Carver or otherwise. And I wonder if a lot of places would have admitted if they did name him after like George Washington Carver, if they would have even admitted it due to the racial bias. That's an interesting, factoid, right? Because I'm sure that's, why his mother named him that way. It's interesting.
All right, sorry, y'all. Sorry.
That was getting serious. That's all.
Well, I took a minute to, do some things for a second there. And okay, so back to this freaking amazing guy that I'm learning a lot about. And why don't we ever hear about him in like Black History Month?
I mean, we hear about him in Black History Month, but it's usually just like dribble. I don't know. It's like the short version. You remember the decay theory about, how we taught everybody that, 50 years after you're taught something, you most likely lose the information.
Right.
That's where we're at because we're reading about it not too long after it happened as it happened for them then.
Right.
But now it would be even longer away, right? So I think it's decay theory why we don't hear all of these good details and nuances. That's just my guess why we don't hear it like that. Is because decay theory has made people lose it. And unless you've read this, you wouldn't know.
So, he says that all secrets are in the Bible and God's promises. The promises are real as more infinitely solid and substantial than the table with which the materialist so thoroughly believes in.
Wow.
Celebrated lecture, Carver relates how he's been able to call.
Definitely had the faith. That's one thing we could say about George Washington Carver. He had some faith. Think about that statement. That was faith. To be like, I have more faith in God than I do the table you see in front of your face. That's a deep ass statement when you think about it, because you can see that. It's physical, it's tangible, right? But that's some real fucking faith. Excuse my French. But it's true.
And he is quoted addressing a meeting of chemists in New York as World War II is about to erupt in Europe. The ideal chemist of the future will not be satisfied with human day-to-day analysis, but is one who dares to think and work with an independence not permissible heretofore, unfolding before our eyes a veritable...
Not permissible. George Washington Carver said we don't need permission to do research. Holla. I'm still pissed about that Forbes article. I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm still pissed about that Forbes article. Can't do your own research.
Anyway. Vertible mystic maze and new and useful products from material almost or quite beneath our feet and now considered of little or no value. A visitor to his laboratory not long after his death saw him reach out his long, sensitive fingers to little flowers on his workbench. When I touch that flower, I am touching infinity. It existed long before there were human beings on this earth and will continue to exist for millions of years to come. Through the flower, will continue to exist for millions of years to come. Through the flower, I talk to the infinite, which is only a silent force. This is not a physical contact. It is not in the earthquake, wind, or fire. It is in the invisible world. It is that still small voice that calls up the fairies. He stops after a moment of reflection, smiles at the visitor. Many people know this instinctively, and none better than Tennyson when he wrote, "Flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies. I hold you here, root and all in my hand, little flower, but if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is." All lives matter, y'all.
Right. You know, for a man who had actually dealt with slavery during closer to that time,
He was a
it's
slave child.
that's what I mean. So he dealt with that. He was a first generational person dealing after slavery. When you think about it like that and how he did not hold hatred,
At
okay?
all. At all.
No, not even an
For
iota.
any of humanity.
No, none. Not even a little bit.
Not
That
even an
shows
iota.
no. That shows a
Why can we
level.
not learn from this man? They are not presenting this man the way that he should be presented because he presents something that scares the ever
I wonder
living
if
shit
anybody.
out of
Hell
all of us.
yeah, he would have been the most powerful man. He could have been president, yo. I bet because people liked
Dude,
him. They liked listening to
listen,
him.
I don't
Look,
want to be this person, and forgive me if this is stepping over bounds, but this was like you're all's like unknown. Like, I don't understand why he's not on the same level with Martin Luther King.
right, he is, but they just like gloss over it because yeah, this man. I wonder if there's any by autobiography done by him. I wonder if he did his own or if somebody did a
I'm
biography right
also
after he
wondering,
died.
and again, forgive me if I'm stepping over any lines, and please tell me if I am, but
Oh well.
how many of your actual culture are aware of all of the great things this man did?
I don't think a lot
Mhm.
of people are. I think a lot of people have missed over that because I mean, hell, all these white people and vegans should be thanking Mr. George Washington Carver.
In all
Um,
honesty, I think a lot of people think he was white.
they might have, and because I mean, sweet potatoes and peanuts alone. I mean, those two things sustain vegans now. You know, peanuts,
Mhm.
peanut butter. You know, sweet potatoes. You know, because they have so many more nutrients. Like I said, even fast food restaurants are starting. Hell, even Arby's has sweet potato waffle fries. You know, it's a real popular thing now. And without bringing, you know, it was a kind of a piece in a share, you know, for them, I want to say this right, but for them to have stolen the people from Africa, right? They brought over a lot of knowledge in botanical life that honestly, if we think about it now, we probably wouldn't have been able to survive. You know, just the knowledge known. Because, like Bonnie was saying, all these plants, she believes, and I'll look it up to make sure, but I'm pretty sure she's probably right about that, that these plants originated in Africa, which means that regular everyday people in America wouldn't have known about them.
Right, right, exactly.
that means only the slaves would have known. Because,
Right.
you know what I mean? And at that point, slavery was over for the most part. But people were still sharecropping. You know, I'm sure people were still coming over. Maybe not as actual slaves, but I'm sure people maybe still came over afterwards. I don't know how that worked. I wonder,
Right.
did they let people in from Africa
Now,
after
I would
slavery?
also like to
That's a
point
good
out all of
question,
these.
right? I want to know that answer. If anybody knows
I would
the
like,
answer, did they let people in after or not? Because if not, you got to think about this level of knowledge. These people carried this level of knowledge orally, because if they weren't letting too many black people in after slavery was done, right? And they just kind of said, keep the black people who are here. Think about the knowledge that this man actually spread. Like,
yeah,
you know, a
for
lot
real.
of these black people and
And I
slaves
would also
aren't
like to
given
point
enough
out,
credit, you know, because he's a slave child. His mother obviously taught him well.
okay, I also want to point out the fact of all of these things that we found out that he found out about the peanut alone, right?
Right.
And look at how they've now made us allergic to the peanut.
That's what I mean. Well, he never said inject it either. So let's
No.
go there.
Well,
And
I'm
now
not
that we
saying
know
it
that
did.
there are 7 different kinds of peanut oil, how do we know that we're using the wrong type?
Right.
Because there ain't no 7 types of peanut oil on the shelf when you go. There's one grade of
Right.
peanut oil. That is it. It's peanut oil.
Right.
And that's it. You don't get no other oil. So that's the only thing that bothers me, is because there ain't no other oil. But there's 7 different kinds. So it makes more. And the connection we're talking about is a lot of people in the medical freedom movement have seen an increase in allergies, period, food allergies, period, after vaccination. And so we found out that in a few vaccines, peanut oil is used as an adjuvant. Okay. And so with the peanut oil being used as adjuvant, it goes into your system. So when the child is then next exposed to peanuts, the body acts like it's an infection, because the last time this happened, the body tried to fight it off because it was mixed with these, you know, viruses. So I understand why the body fights itself, because I would too, because it's like, oh no, invader, you were here before and you did some messed up stuff. No. So it tries to fight the peanut. It makes perfect sense. You know, and they probably are GMO peanuts now. I bet you the peanuts he had weren't GMO, but I bet you
Right.
the peanuts that we see now are GMO, especially after so many years. Because, like I said, if you want to even go by decay theory, 50 years, we would lose the information we had. You know, it'll be replaced with a whole new set of information. So if he's 1893 ish, let's say he didn't die till like maybe like 1913 or something like that. Well, he said World War One, so we would be at least 1919. You know, um, that's a long time.
Right. And
Just
one of the
saying.
strangest experiments that Charles Darwin ever performed on plants was when he set before his touch me not plant and played his bassoon close enough proximity to see if he could actually stimulate the pennae or feathery leaflets into movement. It was an epic fail, but exotic enough that it stimulated a German plant psychologist, William Pfeiffer, also author of, I can't pronounce this, dude. It's in freaking German, okay? Handbuch der Pflanzenphilosophie.
Okay, I feel like that was something about plant philosophy or some
Okay,
shit.
I
But
think that's like the Handbook of Plant Philosophy, maybe. I don't know, but
I don't
okay.
know. It sounds right.
So that's my best attempt.
Great.
And again, he was unsuccessful. He tried to provoke stamens of small erect herbs into response by means of sound. 1950s, a professor by the name of Julian Huxley, a biologist, grandson of Thomas Henry Huxley, brother of the novelist Aldous, goes and visits Dr. T.C. Singh, who at this time is the head of the Department of Botany at Annamalaya University, south of the Tamil-speaking city of Madras. He finds his host studying through a microscope live streaming of protoplasm and cells of an aquatic plant in Asia with an Asian origin and long transparent leaves, called the Hydrilla verticillata. Okay, so he's aware of Darwin and Pfeiffer's experiments, and Huxley gets the idea that magnification might be sufficient for his host to see if the streaming process could be affected by sound. Right? So, since streaming protoplasm in vegetation speeds up after sunrise, Singh places an electrical operated tuning fork 6 feet from the hydrilla and microscopically observed the fork's note broadcast for half an hour just before 6 a.m. This caused the protoplasm to stream at a high speed normally attained only much later in the day. So he asked the assistant, his young assistant, Stella Ponia, a very accomplished dancer and violinist, if she would play notes on her instrument while standing near the hydrilla. She stroked her strings at a certain pitch, and the protoplasm streaming was again accelerated. Because the raga, a traditional form of South Indian devotional song, has a tonal system which is produced in a deep religious feeling and specific emotion to a listener, Singh decides to try its tones on the hydrilla. Lord Krishna, 8th principal avatar incarnation of Hindu deity Vishnu, reputed to have promoted with music enthralling growth and bewitching Vindur in Vrindavan, the city that banks the Jumana River in north-central India, long famous for saint musicians. Became famous later for a courtier, Mughal Empire Akbar, who was reported to perform such miracles with songs as to bring rain, light oil lamps, vernalize plants, and induce them to blossom simply by intoning ragas at them. This idea, very appealing, confirmed in Tamil literature, refers to the eyes or buds of sugarcane growing vigorously in response to mellifluous buzzing of speckled beetles and to profuse oozing of sugary nectar from the golden flowers of Cassia fistulea when serenaded with heart-melting melodies. Knowing the ancient lore, Singh asked his assistant to play South Indian tune Maya Malava Gola Raga to the mimosa. After one fortnight, Singh's intense excitement discovers a number of stomata per unit area in the experimental plants were 66% higher. Epidermal walls were thicker. Placid cells were longer and broader than in the other plants, sometimes as much as 50%. So this encourages further experimentation, and Singh requests Gauri Kumare. This is a lecturer of Annamala's Music College to come play raga. this one known as the Karahara Para, to some balsam plants. Kamari, a virtuoso, played for 25 minutes each day on a fretted lute-like instrument, usually fitted with 7 strings. The Vienna, traditionally associated with Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom.
That's true. It's like that
Oh,
little ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I've seen that before. Because remember, I've spent a lot of time at Hindu temples.
right.
So,
So the fifth week, the experiment on the balsams began to shoot ahead of their unserenaded neighbors, and by the end of December had produced an average of 72% more leaves than the other plants, and had grown 20% higher. So he then takes the experiment to vast numbers of species: common asters, petunias, cosmos, white spider lilies, and economic plants such as onions, sesame, radishes, sweet potatoes, tapioca. He entertains all of these species for several minutes or for several weeks just before sunrise with more than half a dozen separate ragas. One per experiment, played on the flute, violin, harmonium, and Vienna. 1/2 hour every day. Scaled high pitch frequencies between 100 and 600 cycles per second. All this experimentation, and Singh's able to state in a magazine of Bayer Agricultural College, and we quote, "Proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that harmonic sound waves affect the growth, flowering, fruiting, and seed yields of plants."
wow.
As a result of his success, he begins to wonder if sound properly prescribed could spur field crops to greater yields. From 1960 to 1963, he pipes Charusky Raga on a gramophone via a loudspeaker to 6 varieties of early, medium, and late paddy rice growing in fields of 7 different villages located in the state of Madrid and in Pondicherry on the Bay of the Bengal. He got harvests ranging consistently from 25 to 60% higher than the regional averages. He also was able to provoke peanuts and chewing tobacco into producing nearly 50% more than normal. 50% more than normal.
Wow. That's a 50% increase in yield.
Singh can further report that merely by dancing the Bharata Natyam, India's most ancient dance style without musical accompaniment, and excited by girls without trinkets on their ankles, the growth of daisies, marigolds, and petunias was accelerated, causing them to flower as much as 40 nights earlier than the others that were not being danced to, due to the rhythm of the footwork transmitted through the earth.
Wow.
So, replying to a question that he figured would be there, naturally bristle up in the minds of his readers, what will cause the effect on plants? He explains in his laboratory that visual demonstration, the fundamental metabolic process of plants in relation to transportation and carbon assimilation under the excitation of musical sound or rhythmic beat, were very much accelerated and increased over 200% compared to the controlled plants. The stimulated plants, and we quote by seeing, are energized to synthesize greater quantities of food during a given period of time, which naturally leads to greater yields. He reports that his method of musical stimulation has even increased the chromosome count of certain species of water plants and the nicotine content of the tobacco leaves.
Hmm. Isn't that interesting?
So, Indians of the subcontinent, both ancient and modern, appear to have been the first to produce significant effect on plants with music or sound. They're no means the only ones. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and suburbs of Wauwatosa.
Yeah, or Wausau. It would be like WAWSAU, Wausau, or Wauwatosa.
Arthur Locker began piping music in a greenhouse in 1950.
Okay.
The difference he observes in flower production before and after the broadcast is significantly marked to convince Locker that music powerfully contributes to horticulture. His plants grew straighter, germinated quicker, bloomed more abundantly. The colors of the flowers were more striking to the eye, and the blooms lasted longer than usual. So, at this parallel time, there's a Canadian engineer and a farmer, Eugene Canby of Waynflete, Ontario, and he's going to broadcast violin sonnets of Johann Sebastian Bach to test a plot of wheat and produced a crop not only 66% greater than the average, but with larger and heavier seeds. The wheat growing in the area of the plot where the soil is inferior did just as well as those growing in the richest earth. Canby believed that Bach's musical genius was as good as or better than nutrients or fertilizer. In the 60s, agricultural community of Normal, Illinois, there's a botanist, right? There's a
Normal,
botanist.
Illinois is the most unnormal fucking place on earth. Have you ever been to Normal, Illinois?
No.
It's like a BFE type town, and it's real creepy, weird. It's like Crestone, but on acid. Because when you go through that town, you just feel weird. You feel unwelcome. Normal, Illinois is like the weirdest town, dude. Like, we felt sketched out to the point everybody was like, should we just leave? Like, because it just felt so weird. Yeah, Normal, Illinois, dude. Not normal.
Okay. So, there is a botanist, agricultural researcher named George E. Smith. Okay.
Okay.
And he learns of Sing's experiments.
Right.
And he learns of them when he's talking with a farm editor of his local paper. So then that following spring, Smith, somewhat skeptically, plants corn and soybeans in flats and divides them between two identical greenhouses, both kept precisely at the same level of temperature and humidity. One of the greenhouses, he installs a small record player, its speaker directed toward the experimental plants, and played George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue 24 hours a day. According to Smith's report to his employer, Mangelsdorf and Brothers Incorporated wholesale field seed suppliers in St. Louis, Missouri, The Gershwin-inspired seedlings sprouted earlier than those given the silent treatment, and their stems were thicker, tougher, and greener. Smith, however, is still skeptical and not satisfied by his subjective observation. So he removes 10 corn and 10 soybean plants from each of the greenhouses. He cuts them at ground level and immediately weighs them on apothecary scales.
Oh, apothecary scales.
Yes, thank you.
Apothecary.
Apothecary, thank you. To his surprise, the 10 corn plants, which had been enjoying Gershwin's music, weighed 40 grams, and those deprived only 28. Corresponding soybean weighs 31 and 25. So the following year, Smith continues broadcasting music to a small plot of embryo 44XE hybrid corn from the day of its planting to harvest time. The plot produces 137 bushels to acre against almost 117 bushels for an untreated plot of similar corn growing under the exact same conditions.
Wow.
He notes musically entertained corn grew more rapidly and uniformly and silked earlier. Had larger yields per acre, not due to an increase per plant, but to a greater survival of plants in the plot. To make sure that the tests were not due to chance, he laid out 4 corn plots in 1962, planted only with the same embryo 44XE, but also with another highly prolific hybrid, embryo departure. The first plot treated to previous year's music, second left silent, and third and fourth offered only ear-splitting continuous notes, one with a high pitch of 1,800 cycles a second, and the other a low of 450. Harvest time, departure plants stimulated with the music produced 186 bushels per acre against only 171 for the silent. Those exposed to the high note outdid themselves to achieve nearly 198 bushels. Those subjected to the low note topped them all at 200 bushels. Gains for the embryo 44XE were less pronounced, though Smith had no idea why. He was then pressed by neighbors and several counties around to explain the results. He speculated sound energy might increase molecular activity in the corn and added that thermometers placed in plots indicated that the soil temperature was inexplicably 2 degrees higher directly in front of the loudspeaker.
Interesting.
He was also very perplexed to find that the edges of the leaves of corn plants growing in the slightly heated earth appeared a little burned, but thought this might be due to excessive exposure to musical vibration.
Interesting.
He had a Kansas friend who told him that high-frequency waves have been used successfully to control insects in stored wheat, and that the same wheat planted later germinated faster than untreated grain. Frequencies on a so-called sonic spectrum, unlike those on the so-called electromagnetic spectrum, relate to vibrations in matter, this medium in which they travel and result from the rate of its compression and expansion. So sound wave can pass through air, water, and other fluids, an iron bar, a tabletop, a human being, a plant. Human ears can pick up only those frequencies, from 16 to about 20,000 cycles per second. They are known as audio or sonic frequencies. Below them are inaudible subsonic frequencies, some of which result from pressure applied slowly, such as that produced with a hydraulic jack, which becomes so slow they are measured not in cycles per second, but in seconds per cycle. Above them are ultrasonic frequencies, also inaudible to human ear by affecting man's being in a variety of ways, which are not really even known. Extremely high frequencies on the spectrum, ranging from hundreds to thousands of millions of cycles per second, can be perceived as heat on the skin and are therefore termed thermal, though, because they too cannot be audibly detected, could just as well be considered ultrasonic. So, after Smith puts his experiments publicly all over North America, he gets a letter from Peter Belton. He's in the research branch of Canada's Department of Agriculture. He informs him that he had broadcast ultrasonic waves to control the European corn borer moth. The larvae extensively damaged growing corn, and we quote, "At first we tested the hearing ability of this moth. It was obvious that moths could hear sounds at about 50,000 cycles. These high-pitched sounds are much like those made by bats, the moth's natural enemy. We planted 2 plots of corn, each 10 feet by 20, and divided them with sheets of plastic 8 feet tall, capable of stopping the sound frequency. Then we broadcast the bat-like sound across 2 of the half plots from dusk till dawn. Throughout the period, the moths lay their eggs." Belton informed Smith 50% of his ripe corn ears were damaged by larvae in the silent plots, but only 5% suffered injury in the plots where the moths had supposedly suspected bats might be lurking. Very careful count reveals 60% fewer larvae in sound plots, and the corn was 3 inches taller. "1960s, varied efforts of Singh and Smith aroused curiosity of Canadian University of Ottawa researchers Pearl Windenberg and Mary Measures. Like L. George Lawrence, they were conversant with discoveries by Russians, Canadians, Americans that ultrasonic frequencies markedly affect germination and growth of barley, sunflower, spruce, jack pine, Siberian pea tree, and other seeds and seedlings. Experiments indicated, albeit inexplainably, that an enzyme activity and respiration rate in plants and seeds increase when stimulated by ultrasonic frequency. Very frequencies which stimulated plant species inhabited others. Measures and Weinberger wondered whether specific audible frequencies in the sonic range would be as effective as music in enhancing the growth of wheat. Series of experiments lasting more than 4 years. 2 biologists exposed grains and seedlings of spring marquise, winter rye-dew wheat to high frequency of vibration. Depending on how long the wheat seeds have been vernalized, plants responded best to frequencies of 5,000 cycles a second. Baffled by results, 2 other researchers, unable to explain why audible sound had resulted in accelerated growth so striking that it seemed to promise to double wheat harvest, the effect not only produced by breaking chemical bonds in the seeds, and he writes in the Canadian Journal of Botany, since to do this 1 billion times as much energy as was added by the sound frequencies would be required. Instead, they suggested that sound wave might produce a resonant effect in the plant cells, enabling energy to accumulate and affect the plant's metabolism. July 1968, Prevention magazine J.I. Rodell reports that Weinberger is coming to believe that basic farm equipment of the future will include an oscillator for production of sound waves and a speaker. He lied, G. We just got radios in our shit. Asked to confirm whether his experiments might result in application of sound to wheat seed planted in extended acreage, Weinberger stated, 1973, large-scale tests were going forward in Canada, United States, and Europe to determine practicability of the idea. Weinberger's observations, echoed by 4 scientists at University of North Carolina at Greensboro, discovered that experimental pink noise, which at 20 to 20,000 cycles per second and 100 decibel sounds to the ear about the same as the noise received 100 feet away from a 727 jet plane about to take off, caused turnips to sprout much faster than those left silently in the ground. Professor Gaylord T. Hagseth, a physicist, leader of the research team at the time, says findings have stirred up interest at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The studying team's proposal to awaken seeds planted in hot regions such as California's San Juan Valley, where temperatures range over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and induce dormancy in lettuce seeds. If they could use sound irradiation, lettuce might produce 2 crops per season instead of 1. Sound waves could be used to make weeds germinate before a field is planted. The weeds could then be plowed under to allow a crop to grow in a weed-free field. Broadcasting airport-level noise, countryside, hardly appealing. North Carolina team works like Measures and Weinberg, finding particular wavelengths combinations to produce desired effects of lower decibel levels. Beginning in 1973, they discovered germination rate in turnips seemed to speed up when the turnips were exposed to a frequency of 4,000 cycles per second.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna need you to go back to where they were like you could plow in a weed-free field. What the hell do you have to do for that?
Use sound to get the weeds to germinate before you plant the field.
Well, shit. How do you do that? I don't know. What frequency? I don't know. I feel like that would be super helpful.
So then, yeah, me too, right? Okay,
Right, because
so
this year we were literally like, half of my garden ended up getting taken out because at the farm they had to try to save some other plants and they end up weed whacking half of my plants, which I'm kind of perturbed about. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But the reason is because the weeds got so unbelievably overgrown and they just took over. So if there's a way to facilitate that growth to then be able to plow them over, it would be amazing.
yep.
That
So
is all.
an interesting and eventually controversial series of experiments on effects of music on plants begins in 1968. Dorothy Redelac, professional organist and mezzo-soprano, gives a concert at Denver's Beacon Supper Club from 1947 to 1952. Felt herself at loose ends when her 8 kids, she had 8 kids, G, go to college. She didn't want to be the only member of the family without a degree. Surprises her physician husband with an announcement that she enrolled for a degree in music at Temple Buell College. Temple Buell College. She had to come up with a laboratory experiment in biology. She vaguely recalled reading an article about George Smith playing disc jockey to his cornfield.
Right.
She teams up with fellow student, and that student's family provides an empty room at home and furnishes 2 groups of plants, which include philodendron, corn, radishes, geraniums, and African violets. The neophyte experimenters suspended Grolux lights over one group and played the taped musical notes B and D, struck on the piano every second, alternating 5 minutes of those wearisomely repetitive sounds with 5 minutes of silence. The tape played continuously 12 hours a day. First week, African violets drooping at the start of the experiment revived and began to flower. 10 days, all plants in sound group seemed to thrive. End of 2 weeks, the geranium leaves began to yellow. End of 3rd week, all plants, some of which actually leaning away from the source of the sound as if blown by a strong wind, have died, with the unaccountable exception of the African violets, somehow remained outwardly unaffected. The control group, allowed to grow in peace, flourished. She reports these results to a biology professor, Francis F. Broman. She asks if she can do more elaborately controlled experiment for credit in his course, and he reluctantly consents. The idea made me groan a little, Broman says afterwards, and we quote, but it was novel, and I decided to okay it, even though most of the other students laughed out loud. He made Dorothy Redillac 3 new Biotronic Mark III environmental chambers, 56 feet long, 26 feet high, and 18 feet deep. They were recently purchased by his department, similar in shape but much larger than home fish aquariums, and it allowed for precise control of light, temperature, and humidity. So, 1 chamber for a control group. Same plants with the exception of the violets in the first experiment, sets them in identical soil, affording them equal amounts of water on schedule. Pinpoint the musical note most conducive to survival. Each day she tries F note played unremittingly for 8 hours in one chamber and 3 hours intermittently in another. In the first chamber, her plants were stone dead within 2 weeks. Second chamber, much healthier than controls left in silence. Broman, non-pleased with these results, they had no idea what could be causing the disparate reactions and could not help wondering if they had succumbed to fatigue or boredom or driven out of their minds. Clear-cut experiment arouses a spot of controversy within the biology department. Students and professors dismissing whole effort as spurious, intrigued by inexplicable outcomes. However, 2 of Miss Reltick's students ran an 8-week experiment on summer squashes, broadcasting music from 2 Denver radio stations to their chambers, one specializing in heavy accented rock and the other in classical. They were hardly indifferent to the 2 musical forms. Those exposed to Haydn, Beethoven, Brahms, Schubert, and other 18th and 19th century European scores grew toward the transistor radio, one of them even twining itself lovingly around it. Other squashes grew away from the rock broadcast and even tried to climb the slippery walls of their glass cage. Impressed by this, Miss Realtek does another series, similar trials, early 1969, using corn squash, petunias, zinnias, and marigolds. Same effects. Rock music causes plants to first grow either abnormally tall and then excessively small leaves and remain stunted. And within a fortnight, marigolds all dead, but only 6 feet away, identical marigolds enjoyed classical strains flowering. Interestingly, she also found that even during the first week, rock stimulated plants were using much more water than classically entertained vegetation, apparently enjoying it less, since examination of roots on the 18th day revealed soil growth was sparse in the first group, averaging only about an inch, whereas in the second it was thick, tangled, and about 4 times as long. So, various critics sourly suggest experiments were invalid because such variables as 60-cycle hum, white sound, heard from radio tunes to a frequency not occupied by a radio transmitter, or announcer's voice emitting by the radio sets not being taken into account. Miss Ratliff taped rock music from records. She selected the extremely percussive rock renditions of Led Zeppelin, Vanilla Fudge. Has anybody ever heard of Vanilla Fudge?
Is it a band or a song?
It's a band, I'm guessing a singer or somebody, because it's Led Zeppelin, Vanilla Fudge, and Jimi Hendrix. Vanilla Fudge, y'all.
That was them 70s bands. Bread, I mean, Strawberry Alarm Clock was earlier, but you know what I mean, just random.
When plants leaned away from this, she would rotate all pots 180 degrees, only to see the plants lean in an opposite direction. This would convince the majority of critics that plants were definitely reacting to sounds of rock music. To determine what about rock music so jarred the plants, she guessed it was the percussive component in the music. She tries a different experiment in the fall. She takes a Spanish tune, La Paloma. One version of it performed on steel drums to one chamber of plants, another version played on strings to a second. Percussion caused a lean 10 degrees away from vertical, but nothing compared to the rock, and plants listening to fiddles leaned 15 degrees toward the source of the music. 18-day repeat, same experiment, using 25 plants per chamber, including squash from seed, and flowering and leaf-type plants from greenhouses, produced largely the same results. Now, she calls these intellectual, mathematically sophisticated music of both East and West. Program director for American Guild of Organists, she chooses choral preludes from Johann Sebastian Bach's a less complicated Hindustani version of South Indian Vienna, played by Ravia Shankar, the Bengali Brahmin. They gave positive evidence of liking Bach, since they leaned an unprecedented 35 degrees towards the preludes. But this affirmation far exceeded by the reaction to Shankar. They're straining to reach the source of the classical Indian music. They bent more than halfway to the horizontal at angles in excess of 60 degrees. The nearest one was almost embracing the speaker. So she didn't want to be swayed by special taste for classical on both hemispheres. She behests hundreds of young people, followed by Bach and Shankar with trials of folk and country western. Her plants seemed to produce no more reaction than those in silent chamber. Perplexed, she asked, were the plants in complete harmony with this kind of earthy music, or didn't they care one way or the other? Jazz caused a real surprise when they heard Duke Ellington's Soul Call and Two Disc by Louis Armstrong. 55% of the plants leaned 15 to 20 degrees toward the speaker. Growth was more abundant than in the silent chamber. These different musical styles markedly affected the evaporation rate of distilled water inside of these chambers as well. In the silent chamber, only about 14 to 17 milliliters would evaporate. 20 to 25 milliliters vaporize when influenced by Bach, Shankar, and jazz. Rock disappearance was 55 to 59 milliliters. Office of Public Information, Temple Buell, gets wind of Real Tack's first grandmother being the ever to graduate from its college, informs Olga Curtis, a reporter on the Denver Post, about her extraordinary doings with plants. Miss Realtek sets up brand new experiments for Curtis so she can compare effects of rock with that of string quartets by such 20th century composers as Schoenberg, Webern, and Berg. Choosing the largely 12-tone music of those neoclassicists was to see whether its dissonance, like those of rock, would also cause plants to cringe. They did not. Root examination showed specimens in rock chamber were scrawny, whereas those subject to avant-garde music were comparable to control plants. June 21st, 1970, post-weekend supplement Empire magazine. Color illustrated 4-page spread. Music that kills plants. This won an annual award by the National Federation of Press Women for Curtis. It was syndicated by Metro Sunday newspapers. The piece appeared literally all over the United States, spawned new generations of articles such as Bach or Rock, Ask Your Flowers, Mother is Knitting Earmuffs for Our Petunias, and more alarmingly, It Shouldn't Happen to Teenagers. Tying rock music to proliferation of drugs among American youth, one writer's popular right-wing Christian Crusade Weekly writes, the scripture admonishes the sluggard to go to the ant. Perhaps the druggard should go to the plant. Miss Realtek gets an avalanche of mail, leans on experiments, has elicited internet interest of hundreds of readers, including a professor who asked for published scientific work. Spurred by unsolicited interest, Realtek, together with Professor Broman, prepares a 9-page scientific paper, Responsive Growing Plants to a Manipulation of Their Sonic Environment. She sends it to Bioscience magazine, published by the American Institute of Biological Sciences. They received a turn down in the form of a review by Dr. Robert S. Lessner. He says, though one could draw a highly tentative conclusion that sound affects plant growth, the Realtek-Broman conclusions were hardly novel in light of the earlier work of Weinberger and Measures in Ottawa. So Realtek is called by CBS television, asked to set up a Rock versus Shankar experiment for filming with time-lapse cameras. Sick with nervousness, Lester charges not to deliver their message for the CBS technicians. Realtek was relieved when plants performed as if they knew they were scheduled for a nationwide broadcast. Aired on Walter Cronkite's newscast October 16, 1970, they add another enormous pile to her correspondence, which included a number of reports which researchers around the country wanted to share with her. Dorothy Realtek learned that two North Carolina State University professors, L.H. Roster of the Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering and B.H. Hong of the Department of Biological Engineering, had teamed with C.B. Woodleaf, a researcher at Fiber Institutes in the town of Shelby, and performed an experiment, and they wrote it up in the Journal of Acoustical Society of America as the effect of random noise on plant growth. This threesome realized the effects of proliferating noise population on animals and man, becoming studied by their similar effects on plant systems, being overlooked, and put 12 male sterile tobacco plants into an environmental control chamber with constant soil and temperature conditions from a Brule and Crowell random noise generator. They harried the plants with noise frequencies ranging from 31.5 to 2,000 cycles per second and concluded the growth rate in each plant decreased 40%. Corresponding George Milestone of Long Island City, New York, retired dental surgeon turned teacher of horticulture at the New York Botanical Garden. What a weird change. Some of his patients presented him with exotic plants, the name of which no florist could be sure of. Millstone dipped into botanical sources, becoming fascinated with the vegetal world, and began growing exotic and colorful bromeliads, an extended plant family which includes specimens as diverse as the pineapple and Spanish moss. So, learning that these Canadian research on wheat and how sonic could affect other plants, selects a wide variety of houseplants to bananas and subjects sonic vibration delivered directly through the air and transcended through the soil of pots or stem. Assisted by an NBC sound engineer, Millstone does a continuous low hum at 3,000 cycles per second, accelerated the growth of most of his subjects, and even caused some of them to bloom 6 full months ahead of normal. So a low hum at like 3,000 cycles maybe could do that whole weed thing, Scarlett.
Yeah. That's a good point. Because that's what I want to know. Like, what was the formula? You know what I mean? Like, what doesn't it like? You know?
When Pip records, a division of Pipwick International Incorporated asked him to make a record of stimulatory sounds for plants and insisted that the record also contain music. Millstone embedded the hum in record's musical selection. Insert in the disc jacket. Growing plants successfully in the home. Millstone, after giving precise information on the best kind of light, humidity, ventilation, temperature, watering, fertilizer, pots, says that all plants' growth and flower development are stimulated by light vibrations, so it's illogical to assume that the vibration of sound energy can also exert a beneficial influence on horticulture. And for best results, The record should be played daily. This record attracts the attention of the United States and other countries. He's pestered with mail and by telephone by hundreds of people who want to know what kind of music best suited what plants and whether his research accorded with Dorothy Redelick and if it tied with Clive Baxter. Millston blew up. Mrs. Realtick's experiments, he says, have nothing to do with science since plants can't hear. Appalled at what he calls the total fakery of comparing plants to people and disgusted at the dishonesty on the part of promoting the record, he says he is tired of the repeated allegations that he used music to enhance plant growth. This motherfucker. So when asked to comment on Clive Baxter's work, we quote, now remember, this is a dentist turned horticulturist, says Baxter must be, at best, self-deluded, since no one who has studied botany or physiology could ever agree that plants whose tissues differ completely from those of animals and man have minds or emotions and can be frightened by a mental threat.
Yeah, that was a diss. That was a slow burn back in the day.
Now, Secretary of Society of American Magicians, Milstein performs magic to work his way through college. He investigates hundreds of so-called psychic phenomena, never finds a case in which a person's claiming to give psychic power could actually perform any test conditions. Quoted as saying, at least Baxter isn't collecting money the way some other charlatans are. But I don't want any part of his research because everything he says he has discovered can be disproved. Milstein's dogmatic statement, paralleled by those of various professors at Temple Buell, New York Times publishes a feature article on Miss Realtek's work, February 21st, 1971, states academians seem to cringe and die quite as much as Realtek's acid rock exposed plants when it was suggested to them that Baxter could be serious. They find the whole thing an excruciating embarrassment. We have been ridiculed professionally, Dr. Cleon Ross, plant psychologist at Colorado State University, quotes in the Times. He reluctantly agrees to discuss the subject of the effect of sonic energy on plants with the Times reporter Anthony Ripley. But when he was asked to comment on Baxter's discovery that plants respond to human thought, he just simply blurted out pure garbage. Utah State University, Dr. Frank B. Salisbury of the Plant Science Department was a bit kinder. And we quote, I don't know what to make of it all. Protested the professor about the effect of music on plants. And we quote, it's been going on since 1950. There was a report at the 1954 International Botanical Congress by a man from India who played violin to plants. I hate to just out and out say it's all baloney, but there's been an awfully lot of pseudoscience in this field for years. Most of this stuff just doesn't have the right kind of experimentation. And until that comes along, I do not believe any of it. Any of it. So, Miss Railtech, with her own unequivocal results, wonders whether the nation craze for acid rock among the younger generation might not be deleterious to their development. Doubts about the effects of rock increased when she reads an article in Napa, California Register stating 2 doctors reporting to the California Medical Association 43 musicians playing amplified hard rock music, 41 suffered permanent hearing loss. Denver's rock buffs also seemed deeply impressed by Mrs. Radeleck's experiments. A long-haired musician peering into the rock-sufficed biotronic chamber says, "If rock is doing that to plants, man, I wonder what it's doing to me." Realtek wants to continue her experiments in order to collect enough scientific data to give the young musician a reasoned answer. She envisions well involved playing music tapes backward to see if they produce effects similar to or different from the same tapes played in the normal direction. She begins writing short book on the experiment, Sound of Music and Plants. This is published in early 1973. Radeleck was inspired with a line from Oscar Hammerstein. She sung it for years. It was from The Sound of Music in Denver's summer opera. The hills are alive with the sound of music, with the songs they have sung for 1,000 years. She comes across a declaration in delving into libraries to find material to give philosophical underpinning to her experiments. She finds it in the Book of the Secrets of Enoch. Uh-oh.
Full circle moment. Here we go. And if you don't know, Red and I covered the whole Book of Enoch, so this is why we say that.
Everything in the universe, from the herbs of the field to the stars of the heavens, had its individual spirit or angel, and noted that Hermes Trismegistus was reputed to have stated that plants had lives, minds, and souls, even as did animals, men, and higher beings. Hermes, named thrice greatest by the Greeks, and from whose name the word hermetic is derived, was regarded as the originator of Egyptian art, science, magic, alchemy, and religion. Huh. Donald Hatch Andrews wrote a book, The Symphony of Life. Basically, musical sound lying within the very hearts of atoms, contention gets him to write this book. And Donald Hatch Andrews invites readers to join him in an imaginary journey inside a magnified calcium atom taken from the bone beneath the tip of his own forefinger. And in that atom, there are shrill tones, dozens of octaves above the highest tones of a violin. Music of the atomic nucleus, the tiny particle at the center of the atom. If you listen closely, he continues, you can be aware that the music is far more complex than familiar church music. There's dissonant chords like those found in the music of today's modern composers. Whole purpose of dissonant music, according to Cyril Mayer Scott, English composer, was to break up thought forms, which, settling over whole countries and people, turned them stagnant with lethargy or rampant with madness. Occult musical fact, says Scott, that discord, used in its moral sense, can alone be destroyed by discord. The reason for this being that the vibrations of intrinsically beautiful music are too rarefied to touch the comparatively coarse vibrations of all that pertains to a much lower plane. So far, no researcher, with the exception of Hans Kaiser, the German author of Harmonia Planetarium, as well as some other mathematically learned books on the relation of sound intervals to the growth of plants, can become interested in the octavale correspondence between the shapes of plants and musical notes. Kaiser observes, in a project, all tones within space of one octave, in the same manner that astronomer and astrologer Johannes Kepler worked out in his Harmonious Mundi. So, for the solar planetary system, what? Wait. Okay, yeah, for the solar planetary system, sketches angles specific ways one obtains prototype of leaf form. The intervale of the octave, the basis for music making, and indeed all sensation, contains within itself the form of the leaf. Not only does the observation lend new psychological support to Goethe's metamorphosis of plants, which drive their development from the leaf form, but it also will cast new light on the ingenious classificatory system developed by Linnaeus. When one considers, according to Kaiser, that a passion flower contains two ratios, 5-part petal and stamina arrangement, and 3-part pistil, even if one rejects a logically reasoning intelligence, one must admit that in the soul of the plants are certain form-carrying prototypes. In the passion flower's cause, musical thirds and fifths work, as in music, to shape the blossom forms as intervales. This point of view, that Linnaeus' system acquires a psychic rehabilitation, concludes Kaiser, for which his sexual classification scheme, the famous Swedish botanist, hit on the psychic nerve of plants. Humans are only able to perceive consciously with limited senses, but a minute fraction of what vibrationally affects them. So-called scentless daisy may be as sweet-smelling as the rose if people have the olfactory ability to detect the particles the daisy throws off. Efforts to prove that a given sonic vibration will affect plants or man may, far from resolving the interaction of music and life, be only unraveling a wondrously resonating tapestry of influences into its separate, unrelated threads. So we more than covered what I wanted to get through with plants tonight. And we're going to stop there for tonight. And we're going to pick up next week. And that's going to be talking about electromagnetism.
Okay.
And the use of that with plants. And hopefully carry over from there into talking about force fields between humans and plants and what we mean by force fields and who may have been, around to discover that or come up with these thoughts and theories. And if we get through that much, which we may because we got through quite a lot tonight, then we may be then going into more mystery, because we're leading into the mystery there with these other two. So getting into the mystery then of the plant and human auras and, how they're similar or different. So those are the things to look forward to with these Secret Universe of Plants for next week. I hope that you all enjoyed this and that you guys are still learning things. Are you guys still learning things? I know we still have like 5 people watching, so what's everybody thinking?
I'm learning things. Definitely. I've learned a lot. So many different aspects of plants that you're just not thinking about. They're so much more complex than just they grow and exist.
Yeah.
So I hope everybody is taking notes and thinking about what's being said and applying it to their own interactions with plants.
I have already talked to my peoples at work, and when we get to this point, which is very soon, I'm going to get to work very closely with the mothers and start cloning. And I've already discussed implementing these things in with the mothers, and I've already gotten it cleared.
Sweet. So we'll be able to do our own experiment.
But with weed, yo.
Well, that's cool. Well, yeah, well, we might as well get out of here and say goodnight. Let everybody, think about those things, and that'll be cool to look
Yes,
forward to.
I'm sorry to everybody that I was late, but Tim had his special guests, and I wanted him to actually have his time because they were late.
Yeah, and that's his favorite band in the whole world. So I get it. If you had your whole favorite band in the whole world,
Hey,
you
listen,
might go
I was
late
fine
too.
with him running over, and then he ended his interview, and they were gone, and then he just jabbered on for another 30 minutes.
Well, if it was your favorite band in the world, though, wouldn't you be on a high?
I guess, yeah. But he was
Right.
babbling.
Okay, it's favorite band in the world. I feel
He
like I'd be
wasn't
the
making
same way.
sense.
I feel like I'd be the same way, though.
He was just jumping all over the place.
I feel like I'd be the same way, though, if it was my favorite band. So
He
let's
cracks me
get
up.
out of.
He
I know,
cracks me
right?
up.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed, and Tim will be
Yes,
back
dare
on
to be
tomorrow
different.
night, so join him then.
Oh, yeah, he's on like every night, isn't he?
No, he's only doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but he did Sunday tonight as a special thing.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys. Dare to be different, dare to be you, dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally.
From the land of 10,000 lakes and from the highest desert valley in the great American Southwest. Good night, universe.